Bon dia a tothom. Disculpeu la demora, però...
Good morning to one and all, and we apologize for the delay, but apparently there have been some traffic and transportation problems this morning, so we're still expecting a few of our speakers. But we will now get underway with the third seminar organized by the Orienta FP, which is part of the Ministry of Education Directorate for Vocational Training. We would like to give you all a warm welcome for those of you who are with us here face to face, as well as those who are following us from home or the office via streaming from all around the country and all around the world. Today, we'll be talking about a topic that affects us all: gender and vocational training. Despite all of our efforts to improve vocational training, it is still quite polarized in terms of gender, with a permanent bias between caretaking activities and productive activities. There are a number of different factors that influence this lack of equality, the dominance of certain job profiles by one gender or the other, and many others. What are the institutions doing to revert the situation? What is the diagnosis, and how and when can we see the necessary change? What effects does the situation have on social stratification and inequality? What can the business community do in vocational training for the future workforce, men and women? How to face the loss of talent due to these gender biases? All of these and more matters will be discussed today. Among the goals of today's seminar, to raise awareness among the faculty and those involved in training to influence in their daily practices and include the gender perspective. 2, to mobilize resources for training centers and streamline them into training strategies. 3, to promote a debate on gender and vocational training within the overall context of vocational training to lead to a better understanding of our context and resolution of the problem. Today's seminar is structured as follows. This morning, we will have a framework presentation and 2 roundtables that will discuss this topic from different perspectives. Then a closing, conclusions, and this afternoon we will hold 5 simultaneous workshops. On the website, we encourage you to visit the website, obviously. You can look at all of the material that we have published there, but there's also an area in which you can make your own contributions, and they will be gathered and shared later today. And there are also 4 totems that can give you some very interesting information and set the stage for what we'll be discussing today. Now, I would like to give the floor to Paula San Luis Castellano, Director of CaixaBank Dualisa, the sponsor of today's seminar. We would like to thank CaixaBank and their Dualisa program. Ms. San Luis, you now have the floor. Hello and good morning. It is a pleasure to be with you here today. Let me begin by thanking the Ministry of Education of the Autonomous Government of Catalonia for holding this seminar, which emphasizes one of the problems that we face now, not just in vocational training, but in our entire society, the gender gap, which is so present in so many indicators in the job and educational communities. If we stop and look at the job market, according to the last report published by the Dualisa CaixaBank Knowledge Center, there are a number of indicators that are a testament to this gender gap. 1, the activity rate. The activity rate of working age individuals. There's a difference between men and women of 9 percentage points. But if we look at the range of women who have not completed their mandatory education, the gap is even bigger, 20 percentage points. It is reduced, although it is not completely closed. If we look at the range of individuals who have studied higher vocational training, it is not quite 5, but it is still there. 5 points, that is. Another indicator is the unemployment rate. The unemployment rate for women is still 3.5 percentage points on average higher than men for any level of studies. This brings us to face a number of problems. Women are being left out of, or more left out of, the job market than men. Vocational training is one of the levers that can enable us to activate women's roles in the job market, both for women who are not active, unemployed, or working part-time. Part-time workers are still a majority women. With vocational training, we can reduce that gap, something so very necessary today in our productive network of the economy, which has a harder and harder time finding qualified personnel. But if we look more specifically at vocational training, there are some very worrisome indicators. The first one has to do with the presence of women in families, professional families, which are strategic for our environmental and digital transitions. This refers to ICT industries. In the 2022 school year, women were not even 12% of all school registrations. This has a number of impacts. One has to do with the expandability and the quality of the employment, because the professions associated with those professional families offer better job conditions. Therefore, other very feminized professions, such as those that have to do with personal image, are not paid as well. Also, looking to unemployment rates, the average of women who have studied vocational training, the unemployment rate is some 16%, a bit higher than 16%, whereas for men, it is no higher than 11%. This also has a great deal to do with the STEAM professions or more technological profiles. But it's not just a problem for the educational realm. As I said, we do work in a number of programs to assist or favor women to integrate into these professional families. A robotics company told us that they could not go onto the market today with 40% fewer candidates. We must find a way to correct this. But this gap is still present even in STEAM professions when it comes to professions. The presence of men in STEAM professions is 7.1% higher than women and 5% higher in the industrial area. Therefore, it's not just a matter of what we choose, but also the conditions that we have on the job market. At CaixaBank Dualisa, we are working on a number of programs to integrate women into web development, cybersecurity, robotics, and fields like these. But we have not yet found the solution that will allow us to increase motivation among young women to choose such professional families. Orientation and guidance seem to be keys with which we could change this trend and gradually reduce this gender gap. Today, we will hear many presentations from people from many different places that have probably tried different formulas already. We should see which of them are having the best results, try to replicate them here, and if not, continue to search for those formulae that allow us to reduce this gender gap. I hope that you have a very fruitful seminar. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. San Luis. And now I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Mercè Chacón, Director General of Vocational Training of the Catalan Ministry of Education. Welcome, Ms. Chacón. Hello and good morning to one and all. I am very proud to be a woman. I'm very proud to be here with you today. And I'm very proud to have been in many places, professional places, occupational places, that had traditionally been occupied by men. And I am motivated to continue encouraging all women here and everywhere to be freer, more diverse, more equal, and stronger. We hereby open the Orienta FP seminar of this year. Very happy, very grateful to all of you for participating here today, as you are interested in the topics that we will be discussing. For those of you who will take part in the roundtables, the presentations, and the workshops this afternoon, and all of you who are following us here in this room and online. We have already heard what the targets are for today. We want to raise awareness. We want to reflect and meditate on how we can implement policies and educational strategies for all of our BET centers, and also share discussion that will enable us to take a step forward in this whole subject that is gender. And obviously, we will be very attentive to the outcomes of the seminar, because for us, it is a step forward. Just the fact that we are discussing this today is a step forward. We have Dr. Christina Lehmann from the University of Umeå in Sweden, Christina Ledman, excuse me. Then we have two very interesting roundtable discussions on gender biases in vocational training and what that means for the business community and the role that they have in vocational training. It's very important, especially to bear in mind the new phase that we are facing is one in which we will work side by side with the business community, because vocational training, as you know, will be dual according to a law ratified last year, and there will be more and more time devoted to the work in the workplace. That is, more and more vocational training will be carried out in the workplace. Therefore, the business community is more important than ever. And then we will hear from Marina Subirats. Dr. Subirats has thought and written a great deal about this topic. It is a privilege to have her with us. And then we will complete today's seminar, as Ana Belén said, with these workshops, which we hope will help us a great deal to think together and draw conclusions, come up with ideas that can be implemented, and above all, to revert the reality we now face. That is, it will be a very fruitful, productive morning, and that we have a great opportunity to share. Why is it so important to revert the current statu quo? Because work still has gender. It's a complex problem which is affected by structural issues that are very limiting, and occupational expectations that can be discouraging. And the fact that young men and women are reproducing gender roles when it comes to choosing their future professions shows us just how complex this problem is. And it is a matter of debating schemes that are deeply ingrained in our collective imagination and society when it comes to projecting futures by women in very masculinized settings. And this, as I said, can be very discouraging. Unfortunately, oftentimes they are grounded in reality. Work still has gender, and that bias begins in the earliest forms of education. The concentration of women into certain sectors and industries is a barrier to equality, and above all, it's a barrier to excellence in our system. We've heard some data about how our vocational training system shapes up today, but let me share just one more, which I think is fundamental. 65% of all young women who choose professional studies are concentrated in just 3 professional families. 3. Basically, the service sector and caretaking sector. Clearly, there is still a barrier that influences and impacts the two main landmarks of our educational system, equality and excellence. Why do I mention equality? Because it evokes the role of women and how they are conditioned to accept worse occupational conditions. And we'll hear more about this today. But I say the worse occupational conditions and fewer opportunities, and I refer to excellence as well. Because concentrating women on these three professional families deprives the system and deprives the job market and deprives society of the talent of half or more than half of our population in specific professional areas and concentrates them into specific professional areas. And this gender bias has its consequences, that of social inequality. And above all, as I say, lost talent, talent drain. Therefore, we have an opportunity to revert through vocational training this situation. We must contribute to reverting it from vocational training. We must make vocational training a lever to work towards a more equal society. The choices that women make have consequences on the quality of jobs, on salaries, on their future pensions, that is, their living conditions. But this massive choice, which for certain sectors deprives us of a very large portion of our talent, the job market, and the world of innovation in all of these sectors and throughout all industries. And we could even say men's choices also have impacts and consequences, although you will see that their choices are still biased, but they're much more diversified according to the age group. I'm sure you'll hear more about this later today. What can we do from VET? First, we must deconstruct these structures. They are limiting, and we must disassemble them. Our educational system must do this, and our vocational training system must do this. Therefore, we must work in a very coordinated way. Let me tell you what I mean by that. What can we do from VET? Number one, contribute to an intense educational effort to disassemble these limiting structures. It all begins with primary education. It all begins with orientation and guidance. I have been working in guidance for many years, and I still believe this. I hear it when many parents say, "No, I guide my child very well." I ask them, "What do you want to be when you grow up? What do you like to do?" That is a mistake. That's not the right question. That is not the right question. The right question is probably, what are your skills? What are you good at? And the choice must go well beyond this question of that families so often ask, and that educational centers and schools also ask, the kinds of questions we now ask. We must pay more attention to educational guidance processes. We must revise our system from within, all of our practices, all of our messaging in our classrooms, in our workshops, in our companies where people are training. These companies are our essential partners in this process. We must share this effort of disassembling existing structure and building new shared spaces that work along a line that is very different from that which reproduces limiting structures today. Summing up, we must be very attentive. We must take care of our talent and the future work. This is still something that is suffering under the burden of gender biased structures. Part of this effort is what we will be doing today. What can we do from VT? We can hold seminars such as today's seminars in which we can get to know each other, think together, discuss together. And above all, I would ask you today for a plan that can complement everything that we already do, which is a lot. To begin conducting specific training for teachers in guidance from a gender perspective, working more on the gender perspective throughout all of BET. And let me now thank the very small but extremely active team, an extremely effective team when it comes to gender. This thematic network is very important. It's important that we continue to promote it, to build it. We will also launch a specific task force on this topic, gender in vocational training. And we are also working on a specific guide book for tutorials on gender matters. Elena, I think, is working on that. And we have systemic measures for the registration process to encourage young women to register in these highly masculinized areas and families. We are offering grants and scholarships there, but we know we have a long way to go, a long way to go. But I don't want to conclude these remarks without underscoring that we must not overlook one fact, though we must work and strive to get more young women into these educational cycles, higher educational cycles. We must also work for a higher social recognition of the feminized occupational sectors, those for personal caretaking. These are professionals who are irreplaceable with their technical abilities, their emotional abilities, and the fact that they work in very difficult circumstances that are undervalued. They are key to the well-being of our system. Just bearing in mind the demographic structure of our society. I wish you a very fruitful seminar and that you will be able to draw conclusions along these lines and that it all helps us to improve. We have great expectations for your work today and that we will all continue to share. Thank you very much. And we wish you a very, very fruitful seminar. Thank you.
Moltes gràcies, senyora Chacón. I ara sí, donarem pas a la nostra...
Thank you, Ms. Chacon. And now we will hear from our framework presentation from our expert, Christina Ledman, from the University of Umeå, Sweden. The presentation is called Becoming a Male or Female Worker in Vocational Training Marked by Gender. She is a professor at the Department of Education at the university, and her presentation is based on the results of a research project and other studies on the way in which BET students develop their professional identities with relation to gender rules in learning at school and professional practice. There's a longitudinal study from 2016 to 2020. She studied how the content and context of BET offered opportunities for civic training from a special gender perspective. She's now working on research in the civic training of students, critical thinking, political and social inclusions in the areas of history, gender studies, and scientific studies, which are all considered important in this civic training. Ms. Ledman is also the head of research at the Umeå Research Center, where she researches on controversial topics in the teaching of social studies. We also like to bring people from other contexts to these seminars, people from other places who will give us their points of view and new information.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Thank you. I was very pleased to have the invitation come and have a presentation at this meeting or this conference. So it seems to be a very interesting day that we have in front of us. Yes, as was said in the introduction, I'm going to present some insights on gender and vet from a Swedish context. And from the presentations that we already have heard, I know that there are similar challenges in the Spanish and the Swedish context. I'm going to start with a little bit of an introduction about the Swedish vocational education and training system. And when I talk about vocational education and training, which is usually in English then called VET, and the experiences from Sweden, I refer to, the upper secondary VET. In Sweden, we have a compulsory school that lasts for 9 years, or actually 10 years. There's first a mandatory, closer to the microphone, okay, yeah, a mandatory preschool year, and after that follows 9 years in compulsory school. After the 9th year, the students choose upper secondary track or program. And in Sweden, nearly all students spend 12 years in school until the age of 19. Vocational education and training has been a part of the upper secondary system since 1970, when it was introduced, or it was actually merged into a new construction of an upper secondary school system called gymnasium. So we don't have vocational education and training for upper secondary school in separate schools. Sometimes it's organized in the same school, but in different facilities. Another thing about the Swedish VET system is that we don't have a strong tradition of apprenticeship education. It's largely school-based, but in all education you also have workplace training that is part of the education. Usually it's about 15 weeks. Yes. Let's see if I had something else here that I wanted to say. I also could say that apart from the vocational subjects, they also have general content subjects. They also have English and Swedish and math and physical education, and also short courses in history, religious studies, science studies, and social studies like civics as well. The number of students in upper secondary school in Sweden is a bit more than 300,000, and of them, about 1/3 attends the VET programs. And as you can see, there's also a slight gender difference here, as it is more boys than girls that choose VET education. And on the contrary, then, girls have a higher representation in higher education preparatory programs. This was actually until 2011, when we had a curriculum reform, the division between vocational training and higher educational programs was not as big. But it was actually a reform that sort of decreased the general content knowledge of VET programs and increased the VET content that made more students choose what they might think of as a more open sort of future alternative in the education. We have 12 different programs in upper secondary school. It's handicrafts, health and social care, hotel and tourism, natural resource use, child and recreation, business and administration, restaurant management, vehicle and transport, industrial technology, building and construction, electricity and energy, and HVAC and property maintenance. As you can see from these figures, there is a clear gender divide, which reflects a gendered gendered labor market, both in terms of representation of men and women employed in different sectors, but also how we tend to think about different sectors as being sort of male or female coded, associated with male or feminine work. The female students dominate sectors directed towards caring and consumption work, and also partly service work. And male students dominate sectors directed towards production work. There also, these figures doesn't say everything, because, sorry, now I forgot to do what I was supposed to do. Because I have, I have slides here on my computer to keep track, and then I forgot to change slide here. I'm terribly sorry about that. I also see that you can't see the whole table here as it is presented. Maybe the technicians can do something about that. I'm sorry about that, but as you can see, handicrafts is the program that has the largest proportion of girls. And within handicrafts, you find hairdressing, for example, and other sort of more, also spa education, also beautician and things like that. And then health and social care is also very much dominated by girls. On the other hand, as you can see, electricity and energy program is dominated by boys. Overall, the VET programs, they have a low proportion of students with parents that have a higher educational background. So we have statistics in Sweden about the degree of education by the parents of students in different programs in upper secondary school. And it's quite evident that it's quite a difference when it comes to the educational background of the parents of students attending VET programs and students attending higher education preparatory programs. There's also a difference when it comes to students with migrant background. It isn't shown here in the table, but for example, health and social care actually have 40% of the students have parents that are born in another country or are themselves born in another country. So there's a strong representation of students with migrant background in, for example, health and social care. Whereas if you look at the building and construction program, it's only 13%. Or the natural resource program, which is only 6% that have some form of migrant background. It's also, we have different orientations within these programs. So if you look for vehicle and transport, for example, you have all in all, it's 22% that are girls in the program. But if you would look at the orientation transport, you would see that that number is much higher. And if you look at the orientation mechanics, it's much lower. So there's also sort of differences within the programs. Also, the natural resource use program is a program where you have forestry, for example, which is much dominated by boys. And on the other hand, you have sort of a horse orientation, which is dominated by girls. And usually also girls that have sort of a slightly different social background, more sort of middle class background than the boys in the forestry, for example. Yes, and this is also sort of reflecting what we were talking about, or what I wasn't talking about it, but the speakers before me was talking about what's the value of working in different sectors. And this is one way to view at sort of the exchange value of the vet education. Sorry, I did it again. I need to... Can you, if you notice that I don't change slide, and I seem to be talking, can you just wait for something? I'm terribly sorry about that. Yes, because that was the figures about the girls attending the program. And I hope that we will be able to distribute the slides afterwards so you can sort of check out the numbers and everything if you would like to. I'm sorry, it's a bit, yes. Okay, so I'm actually on this slide now. Yes, this is just figures that says that how many students that 1 year after completing the vocational education that are in full-time employment. And this shows that the vet programs that are more directed towards production work and dominated by boys actually have sort of a greater gain for the students than the educations like handicraft, for example, where they tend not to have full-time employment 1 year after finishing their upper secondary diploma. Yes. As was said in the introduction, I was working in a project for 5 years where we followed students throughout their upper secondary education. The article that I'm going to talk about mostly is based on that project. And I can also say, just really shortly, also, I'm currently working on another project that also considers gender in vet, but it's more focused on civic education or citizenship education, those that part of vet. So that's a project that I can come and talk about another time, maybe. This was the project, and it was a combination of policy analysis and more ethnographic methods. We called it collective ethnography, as we had a design where we were following 6 different classes from 3 different vet programs. So 2 classes from the restaurant management program and 2 classes from the health and social care program and 2 classes from vehicle and transport program. And we were in the classroom making observations and also did interviews with students, their teachers, and also principals or heads of the education. In their second year, we visited them during workplace learning or workplace training and talked to both the students and their sort of supervisors or mentors that they had in the workplace training. And then in the third year, we did observations of the mandatory diploma project work that the students do, and also made interviews with them about how they assess the education that they've been through and their thoughts about their future. The project aim was to develop an understanding of how education towards critical thinking is made available for vocational students in the work-oriented courses of VET. And here we paid attention to gender, and also we were basing it partly also on perspectives about social class. In the project as a whole, we relied quite a lot on Basil Bernstein. He's an educational sociologist from Britain, and his work about pedagogic rights, but also about the importance of theoretical knowledge to enable sort of critical thinking, both as a way to be able to actually think about new possibilities and develop both workplaces and society. Another sort of point of departure for the whole project was this concept of learning as becoming. There's an article by Helen Colley et al. With her co-writers that addresses this idea that learning a vocation is not only about acquiring knowledge and skills, it's also about develop a vocational identity. And they build on Bourdieu and talks about vocational habitus. And in that sense, of course, gender becomes extremely it's an important factor in forming this vocational identity. As we know that gender, together with other sort of social categories that we belong to in different ways, the age we have, the ethnic background we have, and so forth, is in interplay with the identity formation process. So, sorry, I forgot again. For the particular article that I wrote, we were looking at the gender order, thinking about gender as a matter of social relations within which individuals and groups act. And Cornell has a concept also called hegemonic masculinity, which is sort of the most desired identity or position in the gender order. And that position, in a sense, is of course sort of an ideal type, but it's useful to use when you try to make sense of the relations, power relations, and consider gender. So hegemonic masculinity, it's also strongly connected to heterosexuality. So the position of hegemonic masculinity, for example, has a higher position in the gender order than gay men have, for example. And sort of the equivalent of a female position, Cornell describes as emphasized femininity. And the emphasized femininity gains sort of its value, or its the attraction from from the sort of the relation to the hegemonic masculinity position, to be sort of supporting the hegemonic masculinity position, and also sort of be viewed as valued by people in that position in different ways. When thinking about the gender order, we have the hierarchical dimension, of course, which quite simply you can say that things that that symbols that you think about as male tends to have a higher value than symbols that you think about as female. But to uphold this gender order, you also have the horizontal division between production that is associated with male work and consumption and caring, which is associated with female work. You can think about it as, of course, as, you know, things that is done in the private and things that is done in sort of in the public. We made this distinction about production work and consumption work, and also relied on concepts that has to do with respectability and about caring, which is also a sort of important concept that is related to normative ways of being a woman. So I'm going to move on. Am I still on for like 30-ish minutes? Yes, okay, yeah. Yes, and these are the two articles that have sort of a clear gender focus from the project. The first one was a comparison of policy documents, and the other one is based on analysis of observations of vocational teaching and interviews, of course. And I'm just going to say something really brief about the policy article. Based on partly on Basil Bernstein and also on this division between production and consumption, we tried to see if there were differences in the way that the curricula for the different VET programs were describing what they contained and so forth. And really short, you can say that when it comes to critical and theoretical knowledge, you find the highest proportion of that in health and social care and children and recreation programs. In a sense, they are the most sort of academic programs of the VET programs in the Swedish context. Even more sort of interesting is when you look at contextualizations. You could see that for the building and construction program, but you could also find that in the industry program and in the electricity program. You had phrases like, since construction work affects society's infrastructure and the environments in which people live, the program should provide knowledge of rational, safe and environmentally sustainable construction. The construction industry handles large economic values. The education should develop the students' understanding of their own and the profession's significance in working life and society. And this is, of course, I mean, it's true. It's no problem with this text in the curriculum. But the interesting thing is that you can't find anything similar in the curriculum for health and social care. But it would be quite easy to imagine that you can describe the importance of the work being done within that sector as well in a curriculum. So this is like one, maybe a small example, but still an example about how we tend to value the work that men do rather than the work that women do. Yes, this is just to show that the ratio of girls and boys in the groups that we actually followed wasn't really the same as on an aggregated national level. But I think we're going to move on here. Here's sort of just very short first, a short description of the results. You could see that when we focused on the girls in the analysis, you could see that they acted or did gender in different ways depending on that context. In the vehicle and transport program, we found that the girls at times, not all the time and not in all groups and not all girls, but they sort of had a sort of a laddish, which is a phrase they use in English, a laddish behavior. They behaved like tough guys in a sense. I was observing one of these classes and I was quite surprised that they were so open they talked about sexual relations, they talked about their bodies, they were quite sort of loud. Whereas in restaurant and management, it depended very much on sort of what they were doing and also depended on the orientations of the particular sort of, for example, the bakery, it's sort of quite industrialized. It's a pacing that does not, you work more sort of concentrated and you have sort of a stronger framing in the activities. In the vehicle and transport program, when we were observing like the in-school education, it was quite sort of individualized and they were working in like their own pace and using the teachers very much as sort of tutors, asking questions and so forth. Working in pairs, usually pairs that they choose themselves, and also combined sort of the practical work with theoretical work. And we found that the girls in the vehicle and transport program, they went to these more classroom-like spaces and had more sort of private conversations and like together, and usually spend their time together with other girls as well. In the health and social care program, the girls sort of acted very much sort of within the expectations of the program and were sort of in line with the gender code of the educational context. Here instead you could see that the boys sometimes sort of resisted, wanted to sort of mark a distance to sort of the feminine code of the profession. I didn't observe them myself, but a colleague made observations of how boys came actually. At one time, a boy came in he was doing a part-time job in sort of an industrial work on the side, and he came in that clothing into the health and social care sort of education. And yeah, I'm going to continue because otherwise I won't have the time to talk about the interesting results. But anyway, and you could say that the girls, they perceive, regardless of the program, they perceive themselves and felt that others regarded them as female workers very much, regardless of what program they were in. And that they were ascribed a caring discourse and sort of that their contribution in the professional practice was valued on the basis of more sort of traditionally female characteristics such as caring and being very sort of meticulous and yes. And also that they expressed and could sort of quite easily see this sort of the gender order, that the male workers were sort of valued more than female workers. I'm going to show you some empirical examples. Here's a student from the Health and Social Care program that express precisely that. There is more appreciation if you are a guy. For example, there was a guy in my department. There were about 7 or 8 women, and then there was a guy there, and they showed a lot of appreciation for him, the boss, all of them. It's not that he does not work more than women. So here's a student describing that the boys or the male workers are more appreciated within this feminine context of health and social care. Sorry, I did just see, did I? Yes, that was the one I wanted. So for girls that enters male, sort of the male context, there's sort of it's a mixed experience. On the one hand, they feel really sort of special and appreciated in different ways, and on the other hand, they are sort of constantly met with the message that they don't really fit in. This was 2 girls that were describing this sort of intertwined or mixed experience. One says, if you know how to do stuff, they're surprised. Yes, that's true. If you know something, they're surprised as hell. I just go, that's sweet. But other times, if you don't know, then it's like, it's because you're a girl. Also true. They're like, don't expect anything. And then it goes on. But there's a difference between students, I mean young people, and like teachers here at Vehicle and Transport. Because the teachers, they want us here. They're like nothing they want more to than boost all girls and hello. While like the guys think girls don't reach their level, and if they were better than the boys, then it would be wrong anyway. The boys couldn't accept that. So this is 16-year-old girls talking like this. So, and we could see that the Vehicle and Transport teacher really made an effort in trying to sort of be appreciative of the girls. We're going to look at the teachers a bit further on, but here's also this experience, but then from restaurant and food management program, that boys tend to more easily sort of gain recognition and respect. The student says, you automatically get more respect if you're a guy in a kitchen and take up space. And compare then that to the girls. Whereas if a girl comes in who is a bit cautious, then it's easy to get trampled on. But she may be really good, but she's still in those roles. And also we have these examples from the health and care program when they talk about the work that they're doing. We take care of people, it's not computers we work with. You get poor pay anyway, unlike other things that they sort of realize that they are sort of, it's not a well-paid job. There are also women who work in nursing homes and home care, then it's also more women that work in nursing homes and home care than men. So you don't see that many men. Yes, and then they mean sort of the the senior staff. They say we need more men all the time. So they sense that men are sort of valued. This is an example about how the teacher describes the students, and this is from the Vehicle and Transport. And he says, "See how it looks when girls do the job. It's amazing. The boys would never do that. They toss everything in a pile and then they have a problem when they want to assemble everything." So this is an example about how the teachers really appreciate sort of the girls being thorough and meticulous in their organizing. And this is also an example, both sort of in a positive way and in a sense in a negative way as well, about how gender becomes sort of really important when you're motivating what sort of the girls are bringing into the vocation. Here's when I asked a teacher about what he thought about sort of vehicle and transport being sort of male-coded, and if he had any reflections about that. And he felt that your question is a bit old-fashioned. Today it's more, I think, this is starting to disappear. There's still this idea that it is a male education. But I think it's changing. The last 3-4 years, a lot due to the labor market or the employer's perspective. They want to incorporate soft values in their enterprises. Generally, in the transport sector, they are more interested in, or very interested in, having girls in the business because they are gentler with the vehicles. They handle the vehicles in a less costly way for the employers. So here's sort of an economic rationale between this appreciation of girls entering the vehicle and transport program and labor market. Here's a sort of a similar description by a teacher in the restaurant management program, where she says that it's good that girls work as head chefs in kitchens because they sort of control their emotions better than men do, who tend to be more sort of aggressive at times. And she concludes with saying, "I've worked with chefs who have thrown knives and plates when things haven't gone their way. I don't think any girl would do that. Haha." Another thing that I would like to just address before concluding is this. And I also heard that you might be entering sort of a new phase where you will work more with apprenticeships education within vocational education and training. And in one sense, sort of the education is even less sort of controllable when it is transferred to the workplaces, and very much dependent on then who the students actually meet and how they are sort of supervised and taken care of and supported in their sort of advancement into the vocation. And when we talked about the students, about experiences from workplace learning, they could express quite a few, could express different sort of experiences of being positioned in sort of the lower end of power structures that we can associate with class, gender, and ethnicity. There were experiences from health and care students that had met caretakers that didn't want them to be there because they had another ethnic background than Swedish, so they met sort of racist caretakers. And a girl that I interviewed described how she was subjected to quite severe verbal abuse when she was alone with an employee in a lorry cab. And he made all kinds of really sort of horrible sort of suggestions of different forms. And she did not act at the time when she was alone in the lorry with him, but afterwards she said that she would have acted differently today. She says, I would have told you right away. I would never have shut up. I would have opened my mouth. I think you need a bit of an attitude to do this work in the transport sector. Sorry. And then when we talked about it even more, I asked if that was something that they had been prepared for in any way in school. And she said, no, we had talked about the fact that girls get more trouble in such a profession, but we have never talked about the fact that such a thing can happen and how to react and what to do. And what do you think about that? It's something I think we should talk about. It can probably happen to boys too, but I don't know. It's mostly for girls. It's girls who are exposed. And it is quite interesting to note that we actually did these sort of interviews and field studies. Also, it was actually partly in the same period as the Me Too sort of movement, but we saw more or less none examples of these questions being addressed in the teaching. And I think that we can talk more about that in the, of course, in the workshops. But I think that the students actually have sort of a they should have the right to different forms of preparations on how to detect and how to handle these kind of experiences. Yes, just a brief summary. The main conclusion is that the girls in all three programs were ascribed value for entering positions close to emphasized femininity and could contribute to the associate professions as carriers of a caring discourse. It is through being a female worker, regardless of the gender discourse of their respective educational programs, and that the presence was justified and legitimized. And the girls in the example show that this is closely related to their self-perceived role, but also that they feel that the gendered norms and expectations limit them. And one could say, or could argue, that there would be valuable if the vet could provide opportunities for acquiring a language and knowledge to reflect on power relations and hierarchical structures. Instead of talking about other examples of research, I can just show it. If we can distribute the slides afterwards, you can always look them up for yourself. And there's such a good sort of online translation things now. So if you want to read in Spanish, I'm sure you can sort of translate bits and pieces. Yes, this is a very interesting study. It's about hairdressers and how the smiling and being happy is sort of a part of their vocational identity and expected. Yes, I think I leave it there because I've taken a bit too much time already. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Cristina. I ara farem, com anem així de temps Passarem a la primera taula
And
rodona.
now, since we are running tight on time, we will go to our first roundtable called Gender Biases in Vocational Training, where we'll hear from different perspectives, from that of guidance in the previous obligatory stages, cultural factors, the effects of specific policies on VET, teaching practices, and eliminating gender roles, among others, or in eliminating gender biases. Now we will give the floor to our moderator, Miss Montserrat Sanchez Aroca, Director of Can Vilamarda of L'Hospitalet de Llobregat. That was the first school in Catalonia to begin a program in gender equality in the upper cycle. She is a leader in the fight against male chauvinist violence. And from 2020, 2021. And now, whenever you're ready, we can begin.
Hola. Ara sí. Bon dia a tothom. Anirem
Okay, good morning to one and all. We'll go very quickly to not take up too much time for those of you who have to say your piece. It's a privilege to be with you today, and the attention should be on our panelists, as the sociologist Alain Turin, who has just left us a few days ago. For some time, we've been living in a society in which the revolution of isms is present in our day-to-day, and feminism, classism are all part of this, and we face this reality in VET every day. It's a privilege to moderate this panel, and as I say, we have Almudena Navas, Laia Narciso, Raquel Marinho, and Esperanza Meri. So without any further ado, I would like to give them the floor. Since we've already introduced them, let's hear from them and hear what they have to say. Let's start with Almudena, followed by Laia and Raquel, and then Esperanza. Whenever you're ready, you may take the floor. Dr. Almudena Navas. Thank you very much, Montse, for this warm welcome. Sandra, I'm thrilled to be here. I'm also thrilled to have heard from Professor Ledman, and those theoretical references that she has shared have been very surprising to Espe and I. We worked together at the University of Valencia, and Dr. Salzman said that the more things change, the more they stay the same. The more things change, the more they stay the same. It's really not even his, it's from a 17th century playwright. But we do use this saying in our thought processes at the university. That's how we work. We work on safe sex practices as well. You can advise and educate all you want, but then reality happens as it happens. But this man said this thing because there were two things. We heard from Professor Levin about the gender gap, which continues and is still present in statistical terms. Professor Connell also said that the gender gap, maybe we should stop looking to it because it is a snapshot, a fixed photograph that does not help us to resolve what is happening at schools and in BET, and this bias between what happens at school and in our families and in the job market remains the same. And as Ms. Chacon said, as she is concerned about this talent drain, that perhaps we should think of a theory that would touch on the talent drain in the middle class as it is unable to reach relevant posts. That has led us to believe that the working class, according to Guillaume Sala, with his fantastic recent novel, The Castle and the Punishment, is leading to larger and larger gaps. We did a longitudinal study, the largest ever done in Spain. We're very proud of that. We didn't know what we were doing when we did it, but we took for a month we just got in the car and distributed over 2,000 questionnaires around Valencia province of young people studying VET and the intermediate degree. We knew that as it was an intermediate study, a 3-year study, it was spectacular. We will never do it again. They will never give us financing to do it again. And we realized, because we went every day to many schools to pick up the questionnaires, we realized that there came a time in which I walked into the door of the school and said, this person is doing healthcare in the intermediate degree. This person is doing transport and maintenance. And they were there in the classroom where I was supposed to pick up the questionnaire. So we took advantage of that and said, we'll take pictures, we'll take photos of the people who are studying VET in the intermediate degree, and we will add up all those photos, and they turned out to be those of transport and vehicles. A colleague of ours from fine arts took the over 80 pictures that we had and superimposed them, and they were different young people, just like us, different kinds of people, each one with their own mother and father, whatever. And when we superimposed them, we saw the perfect archetype. Could we show that photo? The archetype is a defined type of man. It is a clear-cut photo with certain characteristics. I don't know if you can see it. If not, it's no problem. I'll send it out and you can post it wherever you want. But the funny thing about this photo is that since we had the longitudinal study done already, we began to compare and ask, why are you studying this? Asking people what they're doing and what they want to do. It's not a very critical stance. It's as if everyone had the same possibilities, just thinking of their capabilities and what they're good at. This is the person that we found. It's amazing. In fact, our colleague said, let's do it for all of the professional families. And what we thought, I'm sorry, I'm sort of rambling here, but what we thought was this would have a direct impact on the guidance council for secondary education. Depending on your body, people will guide you one way or another. If you're not good at mechanics, you're not good at it. They didn't want to be there, but our main conclusion, and we did many things. In-depth interviews of young people, in-depth interviews of teachers, the questionnaires, we've done many things specifically for this professional family, but they find a place in which to build their masculinity. And it is one that looks to the past, a masculinity that is hegemonic, perhaps not hegemonic because the boys in mechanics are not hegemonics. They're the typical guys that you would see in the movie Grease, which I love. I love them. But it's not that hegemonic masculinity that you think of, that, you know, knows everything there is to know about life. It's a second type of masculinity. And even though they didn't want to be there, they didn't have the skills or the capabilities to be there, they did find a place in which to build themselves in an idea very much based on the past. I was interested in that. If I could raise awareness some way, or get people to think, those of you, it would be, what are my perceptions that I take to the guidance council that leads me to guide a young man who has a certain kind of body, and I guide them to some certain professional areas or others. We must stop and think differently, because as Sylvestre said 50 years ago, The data that Christina presented are so similar to ours. I'm sure that Raquel will say that they are similar to hers. And we wrote our doctoral theses a long time ago. And that's the thing. The more things change, the more they stay the same. So I could stop here. Very well. Very well. Move along. Hello, good morning. Laia. First of all, I am thrilled to be here in this conversation. I am very happy that you've invited me to share my reflections. It was great to hear our first speaker from Sweden, and I really connected with a lot of the things that I wanted to say today with the topic. But you focus more on boys. I'll talk a bit more about girls because the data, as has been said, shows that there is a greater presence of girls in higher studies in every area except for VET. But we also know that gender differences have an impact on educational results, especially as concerns school failure. When we talk about gender in education, we end up talking about the problem of boys, the boys crisis, for example, with the danger of covering up two fundamental factors. One, covering up social exclusion and the disadvantages that come for working class boys, as other educational sociologists like Elena Arnold and many others have said. In the Catalan context, Mariel Ponferrada wrote a thesis on this as well. You may know it. And also covering up a second problem, which is the exchange value in the job market that girls will find. This situation of discrimination, despite their better academic preparation. So I think it's important that we not overlook the root causes of this social inequality, systemic inequality coming from their subordinated position, but also the promotion mechanisms. Here we have a margin, we have educational policy and the need that you all have. Right now, these things are not really working. They are not producing transformations, and they are not leading to a greater occupational inclusion that allows ascendant job mobility for girls. So looking to the classic studies that have worked on this topic, gender, class, and school, and then I will present two cases from my own ethnographic work that we have done. First, what I'm interested in about these topics of class, gender in schools, how the school interacts with working class girls' expectations. There are two different conversations. The main ones would be the theories that focus on women, girls getting better grades, getting better marks, and fitting in better because femininity fits in better in institutions such as a school, educational centers, where there's supposed to be a certain degree of moderation, docility, as it is an authoritarian institution in the end. And so these studies have analyzed how this is produced and conveyed and maintained, all these gender stereotypes in schools through the curricula and interactions with the teachers, for example, how you do guidance. And above all, they have underscored how girls end up in places where there's not a hyper masculinization or feminization, end up getting less attention. Girls end up getting less attention because of their less resistant behavior, less anti-school behavior. To the contrary, in other studies that have not focused as much on how these gender stereotypes are conveyed, looking to schools and the educational system as the egalitarian sphere in an equal context, i.e. society, that a school is less unequal, the one that gives more gender equality opportunities to women. In this context, that does the contrary. And women, especially working class women, young women, are rational subjects before this phenomena, aware of that a higher level of studies is the only thing that can protect them from this job market inequality and their possibilities for occupational promotion. So, seeing it from this structural patriarchy, we can explain the greater or lesser success of women, young women. Just going back to this report, the Young Women's Trust report, usually the sectors that are available and suitable for young women have low salaries and few opportunities to progress. So girls are competing for a limited number of poorly paid jobs, which we already knew, but it's good to remember it. Why do girls end up choosing what they choose? What social and cultural factors are influencing them? That's one package related with inequality and the reality they face. Another would be those that discuss how education ends up being a rebalancing factor in the home realm, in the domestic realm. While you study, you still have a negotiation power. These studies are the first ones to incorporate the outlook of the different tracks, not just in education and the job market, but also what happens in the home. In the private sphere, for example, projects, aspirations towards marriage, couple relations, motherhood, whether they choose to have children or not, the role played at the domestic level, or looking, as other studies have done, and we'll hear about that, how their own family configurations, their original family is more or less a reproduction of traditional gender roles. We must also remember that all of these aspects of the domestic realm of private life are not taken into account when it comes to this accompaniment of girls in a direct way, not in the general educational policy, which generally focuses on public life, even today, and oversizes it, outsizes it, as it applies to the job market and educational transitions without taking into account these other decisions and future projections that could also have a role. So from this theoretical framework of analyzing the data that I worked with in two studies, two projects, the first thing was in my doctoral thesis, which I wrote as part of a European project implemented in 9 countries, reducing early school abandonment in Europe. And I think I've spoken at length already, so I'll have to be very brief from here on. The second one, in that study, we had 3,000 surveys in each country, longitudinal studies, a bit like yours, going to schools, just like you did, and an ethnographic case study. And within that small case study, I represented the daughters of Western African immigrant families in Catalonia to see not just the impact on gender, but also their socialization and class factors. Another was an educational cycle on hairdressing in which there were only working class girls. So in that field, I wanted to point out 5 outcomes. I'll go quickly because I want to respect everyone's time. One, how girls thought that they were being successful through vocational training, but it had not been their priority. It was an option adjusted to what they thought they were capable of doing. And I really appreciated what you said earlier, because we have to remember that if we just focus on talking about what you're capable of, it's not something innate. It has to do with social, economic, and cultural capital of the family of origin and so forth. All of these girls had experiences of not fitting in their previous educational experiences, and that had affected their self-esteem and well-being. Therefore, they thought that vocational training was the way to be successful to a degree, not disappoint their families, which have been sending them messages of educational continuity so that the same thing not happen to their daughters as it happened to them. And the migrant origin girls had even more pressure because the families had put all of their effort behind on their children. They made all these efforts to immigrate for the benefit of their children. And we used these academic results. The girls said that they were doing the right thing. They were staying in school to normalize gender roles that helped them overcome differences between them and their siblings. There were studies that the girls were not really interested in hairdressing. Yeah, okay, they had always been interested in it, but they didn't really want to do it as a profession. They wanted to do this and then do something else as a profession. They had ended up in hairdressing, but at least they could say, I am fulfilling my duties. That way I get to have privileges at home. It gives me negotiating power at home and overcome gender differences between their and siblings. That also touches on sexuality factors and also how these choices and educational alternatives were stereotyped according to the girls and their family type. Finally, how these girls took a utilitarian approach to their BET. It was a way to get into the job market as soon as possible. And I would ask, why do you think it's important to have an education or to study? And they would say it is important, but with the current scenario, it is important to have an education. But if you're not able to work when you finish your education, what's it good for? So this value of a rapid integration into the job market. It was the case of one of the students who was born in Catalonia. Her parents were from Gambia, and she had studied the social health care module. And I followed her over 4 years from their third year of mandatory schooling until she was done with the cycle. And she said, I was happy to study the cycle, enjoying the job market, but I'm going to end up working in a nursing home like my mother did. And there is this certificate that I have, a European Union certificate for my education, but it's a very precarious job, precarious conditions, a low salary, doing the same thing my mother did without formal education. So that is the parting thought I'd like to leave you with. Thank you very much. Okay, very good. And now it's Raquel Marino's turn from the University of Santiago de Compostela. Thank you very much. First of all, thanks to the Autonomous Government of Catalonia, the Generalitat, Montse and Sandra for inviting me to be here today and to make a contribution from our autonomous community, Galicia, and contribute a bit with our experiences and research and study lines. I belong to the University of Santiago de Compostela from the Department of Education and School Organization. As Jackie and Almudena have said, I began my career with these lines of research in gender and vocational training. I hope you don't mind if I speak in Spanish. I don't speak Catalan well enough. I do speak Galician, but if you don't mind, I will speak to you in Spanish. I began my career in this research of gender and equality studies with my mentor, Antonio Riay, a very beloved professor here at the Autonomous University of Barcelona and also the University of Madrid, a number of shared projects there. I began in 2002 when I finished my thesis, and the Sephordum at that time, and later it was called CAFI, commissioned our university, our department, with a study to update the professional competencies of two specific professional profiles, cabinet making and accounting. I was working as an intern in the Department of Education and with 3 other colleagues from the department. We were all interns with this Professor Antonio Riay to take initial contact with all the professionals in accounting, bookkeeping, and cabinet making, with an initial training in education studies. We had no idea of bookkeeping or cabinet making. These professions were unknown to us. We did questionnaires manually. We had no IT support, but we wanted to see how professors thought what was necessary to update in terms of the curriculum to cover all of the needs and the demands from the job market for these profiles that were being reconverted and that required refreshing. What first surprised me in these very long questionnaires was not the number of skills that we had to measure, the number of tasks that formed the package of all these things, but we kept running up against contexts in which everyone was a man. Even in 2002, I was very young. I was just 29 years old. I was still surprised that school after school, company after company, all the places we went, all we found were men. Male students, male apprentices, male teachers, and male business owners. That experience, my first contact with vocational training and business reality, really shaped my interest and my future research line for my thesis, which was to research what was going on with women in these very masculine sectors. Where were the women in the industrial sectors? Where were the women in those sectors that had always been more masculinized in vocational training? What's happening with the women? And if that was interesting to me, and I was just starting to take an interest in all these sectors, I imagine that there would be a good number of women who would also be interested, and women who were not visible at that time. So I began my thesis in 2004 with an initial study of all of the educational offers we had of masculinized cycles, the real registration numbers of students that we had in those cycles, in the intermediate and higher degree programs. And I began to map out the teachers who were teaching in those cycles because I was interested in seeing what they were asking, what students asking students to do and what students were there, but also asking why there weren't more female professors. Listening to Cristina and Almudena, so many things have not changed 2003, 2004 until now. And really the scenario has not changed all that much. There are still very few women students in these sectors, and on a percentage basis, the faculty is overwhelmingly male. That is a problem. It's a problem when it comes to capturing female talent because they continue to see these sectors as hostile, as sectors where they will still run up against reluctance to recognize their professional worth, to recognize their level of qualification, and to feel less recognized by their teachers, by the kind of teachers that are supposed to be training them. In the experiences and the things that I still work on, in-depth interviews and questionnaires, we're still working in my group of Jofil in Galicia. Year after year, I am collecting empirical evidence, real situations in which female students, first of all, have a difficulty in feeling equal to their male counterparts due to very subtle circumstances sometimes, things that can be overlooked or invisible, such as clothing, masculinized sectors, so the automotive sector, or welding, or cabinet making, where they work with heavy machinery or machinery that requires the use of personal protection equipment, tools, overalls, certain garments and tools that are not adapted to female anatomy. For example, the overalls that my students work with, or the very few female teachers work with in the workshops of VET, have a cut that is masculine. They're very narrow in the waist, very broad in the shoulders. They have not been conceived for female anatomy, so they're very uncomfortable. Or they have to take them to a seamstress to get them altered. And that's a subtlety, but it is a sign of inequality that is there. It's not visible, but it's there, and it is still prevalent. And it's a problem that has been taken up in different studies and has been seen in our articles. And now let me make another comment. When Christina was talking about those articles at the university level, we have to write a lot of articles. We have to write tons of articles. We never stop writing articles. And sometimes I wonder, why are we writing so many articles? Why am I writing all these articles? Why are my colleagues not even reading my articles? The people from the government look us up. The Catalan government looks us up to bring us to the seminar. But when you go to VET schools and you go there with your tape recorder to interview, they have no idea who we are. And so we're not reaching them. We're not reaching the teachers at the secondary level. Why not? Because the journals where we publish our articles, they're very elitist. And they're always the same people writing. You know, they're journals that might be very interesting to the university faculty community, but they're not journals that are sent for free to secondary school VET schools. And if these journals where we publish all this information about the problems and the situations, if they don't reach the teachers of VET where they really work, they'll never be aware that we're here to help them to change things, to change reality.
Demandas, las carencias que tienen a nivel.
Then we talk about the needs and that they have from a training standpoint. This is interesting for us. In our case, the Junta, the regional ministry for Galicia, calls us in order to impart training on gender parity, capacity building in order to deliver training courses and to streamline didactic and pedagogic material. There's many specialties that we have. So we are being called upon and they refer us to the centers. But then we go to the centers, we gather their needs, we try to project them and to make it visible and to establish some networks or some resource banks, and then we publish them in journals and reports. But at the next year, we can see that nothing has changed. So there's severe problems in terms of coordination between the different organizational and administrative spheres, and because we're not reaching the teacher segment. Which are their demands? They request, or what we gather in our surveys, they don't request a specific or generic training regarding gender parity, stereotypes, gender bias, masculinities, hegemonic masculinity, as mentioned before, or concepts that they need to have a clear view of, like the glass ceilings and the subtleties of discriminations or the barriers that the female students can find when they reach the work sphere. These generalist offers are there. They're annually offered by the Regional Ministry for Culture in Galicia. What they request from us is some more specific training closer to their vocation, specialties. They understand that they need to work on gender parity, but then they feel lost when it comes to translating that or integrating that into their curriculum, which is very strict, and how to project all that knowledge regarding gender parity and how to land that into their specific vocational specialties in their VET program. And that's where we have a very powerful tool, because we're used to looking for other experiences in other centers, and we could generate those data banks or those networks where you can say, look, this experience that you're looking for has been well implemented by this other center. There's a best practice here or there. They have integrated these female students. They have mobilized this specific sector. So we could establish those contacts and act as a liaison and help you there. And which is the demand by female students? Well, they need tools, and they need to feel empathized and wrapped around by other female teachers. Many of the problems that they encounter on a day-to-day basis with their male colleagues are really difficult to tackle with a male teacher. So we're still doing things with a lot of enthusiasm, okay, with a lot of passion, with a lot of will, but there's a lack of connection with reality, and I'm not going to take up more of your time. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Now we go back to Valencia, Esperanza Mary. Good morning to you all. I'm going to speak in Spanish. My intervention is going to focus on gender parity policies in the context of vocational training. And Almudena and myself were together. Almudena has showed you the picture, but I'm also going to talk about another research we've done vis-a-vis these policies. As a first reflection, we would like to illustrate that normally gender-based policies or public policies are focused on integration of women in remunerated sectors that have been traditionally masculinized. So here comes our first reflection. We're constantly thinking that this is the way in which to promote gender parity, gender equality. So with this idea in our mind, Almudena and myself analyzed in our context, we analyzed the 85 2016 order, which is similar to 185 2019 directive or regulation, which is the one that gives subsidies to families introducing women in highly masculinized sectors, because there is a low ratio of women in these sectors. But also in the recent years, there is less students enrolling in this kind of vocational training specialties. And if you finish the vocational training, there is a high integration and employability. So with these ideas in our mind, Almudena and Maria Mavieta and myself started tossing ideas and thinking about whether these regulations precisely achieve an increase in the of women getting into the professional families that have been highly masculinized, and whether these measures are enough in order to achieve gender parity. So we analyze the statistics firstly, and we can see that the regulations are failing at their attempt to achieve the goal. There is a mild increase in the number of female students enrolling, and in some cases, there is even a negative impact as a result of the implementation of these regulations that we mentioned. And then we started thinking, if the European criterion is that in order to consider for a profession to be masculinized or feminized, there should be a 60% rate belonging, well, we realized that there were some professional families in the primary and the secondary levels which were outside of those realms, and that's the outgoing assumption. is the purpose to promote gender equality or to provide industries with workforce? Well, that's the question that is left there unanswered. It is a hypothesis. And then we also reviewed the theoretical framework of those subsidies. And we're talking about subsidies that mainly focus on the perspective of occupational segregation and how the ratio of women working in each industry, the ratio of men working in each industry, which is fantastic to gather data, but it's insufficient because the gender field is something that goes beyond the dichotomy about thinking about men and women. And it depends on each context, as illustrated before. And also, what these subsidy frameworks promote is a perspective of equal treatment. And Maya Perez Orozco, the feminist economist that Almudena and myself love, introduces some sarcasm or irony. She says, well, sometimes it looks as though we need to introduce more women and stir the industry up for things to change, and so that sexism and anthropocentrism is modified in these sectors, and this is not enough. So with these ideas in our mind and with the first reflections regarding enrollment, Almudena and Enrique Mora from the Autonomous University and myself conducted a research very similar to the one exposed by Cristina Ledman in the transport and vehicle maintenance industry program in the province of Valencia. And we conducted interviews to students of the specialty and to teachers and to female mechanics already working in that sector. And between them, there might be a generation gap of 20 years, as mentioned before by Almudena, and with similar results in different contexts, it seems like things are not changing. Everything as well as expected, as we would have liked for it to change. And when we conducted the interviews, there were many things in common. And Almudena saw that violence is a key topic here. Female students were telling us that they had some teachers that told them, look, take into consideration that you're never going to be working in this field. And then some other female students told us that the relationship with the colleagues were always based on trying to flirt or having a flirting attitude. And on the other hand, they thought that I was a lesbian because I was studying mechanics, but even so, they were hitting on me constantly. And then we had some teachers telling us that they had some conflicts with their male teachers in the department and some cases of verbal violence. There was a case between a transport and vehicle maintenance male teacher towards another female teacher in the institute, and physical violence towards one of the female students. And she told us that as she was getting really high grades and these two male students were not getting so good scores, they wanted to put her in the rightful place, so to speak, from a gender perspective. And we have heard stories about people that, there were some attempts of rape in a female towards a female student in the classroom. So with these ideas, and without disregarding everything that the administration is doing in order to promote gender equality, we wanted to toss some ideas. If we are launching subsidies in order to foster the entering of female students and women into those professions, but then we don't cater to what's going on in the classroom, this is counterproductive because we're boosting enrollment, but then we neglect the follow-up and we expose them to really complex violent situations that we're not surveilling. So access to knowledge is not enough in order to promote gender equality, and we believe it's not enough to focus on gender parity from a purely statistic standpoint. There needs to be parity when it comes to engagement and participation. And up until, well, I leave it at that. Thank you. Fantastic. What we had thought is that we would leave this space for Q&A. If you don't have any questions, we have a few questions prepared. So it's better if you post them you, the audience, so this is your time. Just a second. We're going to gather 5 questions and then you answer to all of them. Apologies, but without the microphone, we cannot provide with interpreting.
Digo que, ho faig en català, que soc professora d'un institut.
I'm a teacher at an institute at the Baix Llobregat area, and I'm part of the surveying team for dual vocational training. So the educational centers ask us for some requirements, and we liaise those requests with the or those offers rather with the requests by the companies. And here goes my question or my comment. Regarding the regulations of the different regional ministries for education, especially talking about the Catalan case, in our surveying team, we don't have a clear idea of whether these 50% rates of discount when enrolling is still in force or not. Anyone else? Yes, good morning. I'm a teacher also in ICT vocational training specialties that are specially masculinized in the medium degree. And right now we have also a link that we're going to lose next year, because up until now we had the high school degree, but now it's just going to be a vocational training center. So I would like to ask your opinion about segregating vocational training and whether this is going to have some implication regarding gender parity fostering by the educational center. Do you have any experience on that? Yes, I'm also an ICT teacher in high school / VET center. Could there be a percentage of allocated vacancies for female students in highly masculinized specialties? Because one thing is to get a discount for the enrollment fee, but maybe there are some female students that do not have sufficient good grades and that are being left out. And just the way in which we have a reservation for people coming from the medium degree or higher degree, I don't know whether we could apply some type of policy in this sense of reserving some vacancies. I'm a teacher in chemistry degrees for plant technicians, and I'm a teacher also in dual VET. It's highly masculinized, and when I'm interviewing the company, well, the company says, well, I'm not gender biased, but if a female worker applies for this vacancy, I fear for her health, or there is a female worker that needs to undress and wear the PPE overall, etc., and she needs to dress and undress at the washing room, because there is, I mean, at the bathroom, because there is no locker room. So there are certain situations where you don't know how to prepare them, because sometimes I'm all in favor of introducing women and female students and launching them into this realm, but sometimes they tackle certain situations that they're not prepared for, and how to prepare them was my question. I'm Merce Moreno, personal image teacher. Personal image has appeared mentioned in several instances before. I'm a biochemist myself. and I was teaching many male students, and in 2003, I was like an interim teacher. I moved to a different specialty, and my current students are almost all female in personal image. And the majority of the students are coming from the same town, and later on they have studied university degrees, and there is good work insertion. I started in 2003, and I've had a 20-year experience, and I've been working in 3 centers imparting personal image courses. And when we arrived to the first 3 centers, when we introduced the personal image specialty, the managers told us that they didn't want that. They wanted restaurant management specialty. That's what they said in the first center. And in the second center, they waited for 1 year. And the colleague said, well, we're really happy that you're here, but we did not want you here either. So as personal image teacher, we need to tell you that the prejudice is not towards the female students, but rather the female teachers, because all the prejudice that it goes against the students, it goes to the teachers. It's not a question, but rather a comment I wanted to post on this respect. Well, the first question was related to the regulation, so the people at the department are going to answer. Yeah, there's many colleagues, but the regulation is still in force. So if there are certain circumstances, they could opt for that discount, yes. And regarding the reservation of a percentage of vacancies for certain vocational training specialties for girls, regardless of the criteria, well, this is not the scope of my responsibility. I do not know which are the restrictions for that or requirements for that decision. In any case, it's an interesting proposal, and it should be analyzed, and this should be taken into consideration. Even though it's sad that in certain offers there is very little demand by female students to conduct those studies, and sometimes some female students are left outside, which is something that needs to be taken into consideration. Well, the training action is something that is happening at the universities. Now we need to trickle it down to the vocational training segment. Go ahead. So I didn't know that the regulation was still in force. Thank you. And in ICT, in the intermediate degree, it is segregated in vocational training. Regarding the reservation of vacancies, is that something I can talk about? I'm a university teacher myself. I think that we need to know how to do things. There should not be any barrier, nor no entry barrier, but you cannot require centers to introduce that type of measure without having the appropriate skills. We need to value the knowledge. In ICTs, I don't know, but in vehicles and vehicle management and transportation, well, after going through the studies, you know how to fix your car. And I know that force is not necessary, and it's not necessary to boast the masculine features that a masculine body has. And I know that the skills that are attributed to the feminine attributes are more than enough in order to have a diagnosis on what's going wrong in a car, especially in terms of electronics, but also in terms of mechanic diagnostic. And if you need to employ a force to fix a car, you're not doing things right. So these skills, because we like talking about skills and talents, I think that this is the speech that we hold, which is nothing to do. You don't agree? Okay. Okay, you don't agree? It's okay. I think that we still establish social relations, and it's more important the body that you have and the symbolism that you portray. And there is no way in which you can flee a body that resembles a lesbian or a gay body or an obese body. And within the social Instagram, that our society is where everything is handled, regardless of how many efforts the administration does. The administration does a lot of effort in order to promote gender equality, but nothing changes in our social reality. And with regards to your comment, Merche, I believe was your name, regarding personal image, Sarfer, the general director, was coming from that personal image field, and she was hugely criticized because of that personal image background. She was told she could never make it to director general, and she was rejected. And Marina Subirats, no, sorry, it was not the right name. Well, her name was Marina. Marina Subirats is here, so, but that was not the right name. So, well, I believe the part of representation of our bodies and who we are is something we cannot escape from. Laia. I hope that we're not going to be too inflexible. There is a margin of flexibility, and there's something that we're neglecting, which is the institution. We're talking about policies. I agree with what you're saying. The body is something we cannot escape from because it reflects the social position that you're being conferred. But I think on the one hand, we have a policy and then the individual realm. And then we have the talents. But then the institutional part in education is something that we sometimes neglect. It's like the black box of the school, because sometimes we forget certain aspects and certain things happen in that realm. There is a school culture, for example. If you reserve certain vacancies for female students, well, when I was listening to the colleagues, I was scared, because if the school culture doesn't change in those institutions, where we are placing the female students in a hostile environment, right? No. There's none of them might comment. No, it has been proved that the gender relations in a institution do not change just because of introducing more female students, because there is a stratification of who boasts prestige and who doesn't. And this is not subject to transformation just by introducing more female students. Just to introduce another nuance, if you allow me, following the comments from Alaya or Almudena, policies are there and they give us scope for maneuver. And sometimes they leave us without a clear-cut direction to strive for. But the most important challenge is something that we find within the classroom climate and the school climate, which persists in the educational realm and also in the work sphere. There are many subtleties, and even if we make progress in terms of gender equality and getting rid of discriminations and bringing down barriers, it's not completely true. They're still there. Many of the experiences that our female students relay or that our female teachers portray, or if we're talking about the automobile specialty, you can see clear-cut examples going on there. In Citroën, the 3 top students in the automotion sector were the top 3 of the last 3 promotions. There was a top 1 student per promotion, and they struggled to place them in the workshops, not because of the rest of the colleagues that were usually leading large groups of mechanics and who were really resolute. The problem came when the customer came to pick up the vehicle. almost never could they deliver the card to the owner and to explain to the owner or the customer coming to pick up the vehicle, they could never explain the diagnosis, how they had handled, how they had solved the problem, because when they saw a female mechanic coming in, well, they felt that there was no guarantee that it would be 100% fixed. So they stayed in the background, even though they were the most qualified workers that were getting the top scores. They were top one in their promotions. So those kinds of subtleties and hostilities and inequalities and prejudices are there. The same goes for personal image. I'm a teacher in a master's degree in secondary. So I prepare the teachers that are going to enter the secondary school and vocational training and high school training teacher body. And I also train the vocational training trainers and the personal image teachers told us that another problem they were encountering in the other way around with the masculine students, because it's a highly feminized sector, was that they were really keen in the first year, and during the second half of the first year, they were demotivated. They were disappointed because the curriculum didn't change. They were focusing on looking after the aesthetics of female of women, but they said, look, there's barber shops all around. Men take care of their aesthetics very specifically. There are some very specific haircuts and hair care products and treatments for men. There's many things that we want to change from the outside, but we cannot do that because they are left undisturbed from the inside of the institutions. So it's really ingrained in our industry, and the work insertion fields have some prejudices and stereotypes, and they're deeply ingrained, and it's an unconscious bias. They're not aware of them. And then we have the curricula. The curricula need to be radically amended in terms of content because they have lost touch with reality. They're not connected with the reality, and they're not even complying with the vocational training reform and the orientation and the guidance, and the ICT and the STEM fostering aspects are part of the reform, and how to introduce gender equality plans if they have not received a specific training, how to land these concepts within the institution, within the center, within the curricula, within those realities, and within that curriculum, which is targeting a very determinate profile. So I believe that we need to go deeper into the problem, and that we're still working at the surface, and that's why we gather this harvest.
Yo quería añadir, ¿no? A
I
colación de
wanted
todo
to add something to what you've just been saying and answer the question of how to prepare them. So yes, I think it is difficult to prepare them for those hostilities. The thing is, in our conversation, it's very clear we have to change school culture, relationships between faculty and students, relationships among students themselves inside the classroom, the workplaces. That's great. It sounds great. But then it's the girls who go with their bodies to face the reality of these situations. In our research, almost all the girls said it was just to grin and bear it. That was their strategy. And they ended up forming strategies to survive inside the organization. And they even said I know it's better just to be quiet now and then find my way later on to turn the situation around. Or we also found that some of them continue to have a feminist outlook, not just gender, but feminist. And also said, feminism has saved me in this context because they were capable of realizing that it was something that it's not just something happening to them, it's a structural thing. They also said that it was like a light bulb going off. And they said, yes, it can be painful, but at least I know enough to say it's not something that's just happening to me. So, how to prepare them? That to turn the question around. But in the end, life does lead us to them finding their way. Since we're a bit out of time, let me just sum up and then we can continue the discussion later. Thank you very much for including violence within your analysis of the inequality suffered by women in any situation, because if all we talk about is inequality and we don't talk about violence, we will never see the whole picture, especially in an area that is between education, workplace, faculty, business owners. So it is something that we have yet to do in the educational community. It's very difficult to get this included in the education of these young people. It's hard enough in the business world, but in education, it's even harder. So thank you. We're talking about internal promotion, how mothers have touched on this. Elizabeth Beck with Ulrich Beck have included this. How mothers promote their daughters, how we promote each other within families, the networks promoting us from public policies, from the department, or leading us to unite forces, methodologies, feminist methodologies. I think that our outlook can also bring us to a different analysis. Why isn't school not so much an authoritarian? Why can't it be more a caretaking institution? We need to take better care of these girls and have a better image, help them have a better image of who they want to be and feel more protected at school. We've ended up with equal opportunities and analysis of results, which is something that affects us all. Thank you very much to one and all. And thank you, panelists, for your presentations. Now we will have a short break here outside on the patio with a small snack. If anyone has a question pending, there is a Padlet where you can write. And on the website for the seminars, there is a tab that says Entities and More. There you can find some graphs of other organizations that work for equality, that can train, that can advise. Oftentimes teachers don't know where to go or who to ask to get guidance, to come do workshops and so forth. I recommend you visit it. You can find a lot of ideas and to challenge. Each of the associations that is there has prepared a challenge for the schools. We would like you to look at those, work on those in your classroom, and we'll see you and bring back your conclusions. We'll see you back here at 12 p.m. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Hola. Una qüestió pràctica.
Just in terms of housekeeping, we have 3 IDs from 3 people that need to pick them up. Laura Guira Borràs, Miriam Ortiz, and Silvia Susana Rodriguez. I have them here, but I'm going to leave them at the back. And there is another ID that someone has taken inadvertently. Someone has picked the wrong ID because someone is missing their own ID. So please pay attention to which ID card you have picked.
Perdoneu, el DNI que no apareix...
Apologies, the ID which is missing is from Alba Romeo. Please take a look at your own IDs because it needs to be here in this room.
Val, doncs si us sembla, comencem de nou.
We're going to resume, if you please, and we're going to start the second round table for this morning. And the title is Towards a Gender-Free Work, the role of companies in vocational training. We have talked about the gender roles from the academic standpoint, but companies also have an important say in vocational training through internships in the VET and the dual VET. So we need to know the companies as a stakeholder contributing to prevention and improvement of gender inequalities. Sonia Cuesta is going to be the moderator, responsible for companies VET program, the General Directorate of the Department of Education. And her background comes from the corporate sector, the occupational section, and the Department of Education. So please go ahead. Good morning to you all.
No hi ha cap dubte, crec que tots aquí ho sabem.
Thank you, Anna. There's no doubt that companies and vocational training go hand in hand. They are linked together, and they're linked together because the students build up their vocational identity and their own identity within the realm of the company. So it's important to know what's going on in the companies, which is the role to be played by companies in gender equality. And in order to go deeper into that, and in order to find out what happens in the companies and institutional world, I'm going to introduce you. First, we have Dr. Nuria Bosch, Nuria Vergés, Director General in Care, Time Organization and Equality in Work from the Department for Equality and Feminism. And we have Eva Gajardo, Secretary General for Equality at the UGT Trade Unions in Catalonia. And then Roser Salabarde, President of the Observatory for Women, Companies and Economy, and Deputy President at the Chamber of Commerce in Catalonia, and Marta Rodriguez, Founder and Director General of the Visarbase company. The Visarbase is coming from a highly masculinized sector, and they offer comprehensive service for the industrial vehicle. We have been talking about vehicles, and I was looking at her for that. And then we have Ms. Marta Rodriguez, the People Director at the Valfego Group, another group that is devoted to catching, studying, and marketing bluefin tuna, which is a highly masculinized sector. So they're going to relay their perspectives on this field. In order to give a framework or background, we're going to do some introductions. And we want to find out what's going on from an institutional standpoint. Dr. Vergés, you have the floor. Thank you all, and good morning. Just to give you a bit of context of who we are and where we come from. Well, we have the Department of Equality and Feminism, and we might ask ourselves, why didn't we have this department before? Well, we're here in order to work on gender policies at all levels, in all the fields, and also in the vocational training and company field, but we do many other things. We have the Director General for LGBTIQ+. We have another office for equal treatment and in order to avoid racism, discrimination, etc., and for the eradication of gender-based violence. All of these are topics that have come up, and we're going to handle them from a cross-sectional standpoint. And here I'm talking about care, time organization, and equity at the job. So we're seeking for parity and equality in the work sphere and taking into consideration the complexities of the social care jobs in terms of salary and how we organize the vital time and the professional time and also the leisure time. From our general directorate, what we do is we try to foster the gender equality programs amongst companies. So we do coaching, we accompany, we give support, and we provide with general and specific training. And we have a salary register that allows us to identify a gap. And there's an Excel sheet where you need to introduce the salaries in your company, and they allow us to have a diagnosis of what's going on in our companies and also performing monitoring and follow-up. And we offer support to the entities and subsidies to those entities that foster equality in the educational and work realm. And we are also part of the National Pact for Industry in Catalonia. And there's a specific pillar for gender, and it's important to have it, and also to do this cross-sectional work from different spheres and from different pillars in order to work on gender. And then if we have time, I'm going to talk about a plan that we have. And then we also have the Catalan network of Right to Time that brings together companies that are motivated towards equality and how we organize their time, our time, and how we organize the time for care. And the Time for Care program is something that we take responsibility for within the government. And the local governments need to provide with these kinds of programs that grant equal access from women to work and that render men co-responsible for the caring of the children. 240,000 children have been catered to and 11 million hours devoted to the care of children. And a pioneering plan in order to work on the value provided by work, which is affecting also the horizontal inequalities that have come up today, and to take into consideration what's visible and invisible, and also to give monetary value of what it means in terms of salary gap. And we're working with employers associations and trade unions and different institutions in order to give visibility to this information and for them to gather all this information and to give value to all the different jobs. And a key tool in that sense is the fostering of equality programs. And I would like to highlight why they are important. Because sometimes for companies, we hear about having something written in a paper and that it's just a paper. No, this is an obligation by companies that have more than 50 employees, but this can be done by smaller SMEs because there's a lot of regulation thanks to rendering all these problems and challenges more visible from the research to the street to the educational realm. And we have regulations that forbid discrimination, and the smaller SMEs can also start. And it's an opportunity to become more acquainted. We're within an ever-changing society after the post-COVID, and we need to become acquainted. How many women, how many men are working in this sphere? What can we do when we know how they are working, and what can we do in order to improve our company by knowing our team and to wear these gender classes that allow us to see everything from this perspective. And this brings us to gender justice. And there's an opportunity there. So we need to be present in all the spheres, in all the fields where it's most needed, but also where there is more prestige and remuneration associated to that. And a company takes that into consideration. And if they take it into consideration, that will be the place that many people would like to work in. So let's work on equality, because reputation and word of mouth is going to become larger through the network. And the research is also telling us the most diverse our teams, especially in terms of gender, the better the decision-making process is, because if it's just the same people deciding about the same challenges, we're not going to achieve more solutions. So we need to have more engagement of different perspectives and outlooks, which is going to entail improvements in innovation, development, and research is telling us that between 30 and 60%, there can be a 30 or 60% increase in profitability of companies when we introduce more gender diversity. And there is a lot of gender-based violence, which entails a cost for companies and especially for the women working there. Because if there is violence, there's going to be a talent drain from women. So if we want to improve the companies and the profit and loss accounts and the results and to generate a better atmosphere, we need to remember why it's important to have an equality plan. And we provide with coaching and accompaniment in that respect.
Eva, també
Eva, from your standpoint, sort of a multidisciplinary standpoint from the business community, secretary of equality, a bit like Mr. just said, how not just companies where there are over 50 employees, where there's that sort of line, and in Catalonia we have such a strong community of SMEs. From your standpoint, how could we reduce that gender bias? What should we do? Well, good morning and good afternoon, as it is getting on to the afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation, for inviting our office and my secretariat, the Secretariat of Equality and Training. Interestingly enough, I'm also responsible for vocational training. I'm wearing two hats here. Equal treatment and non-discrimination, these are obligations. This is a legal mandate that we have in every single one of our companies. We must get away from this idea of the importance. They are important, but the importance of equality plans. But equality and non-discrimination are initial precepts for every single company in this country. From the establishment, the Statute of Autonomy of Catalonia, the National Workers Statute, the organic law, which was passed to be effective, because in the law itself, it says that we have many laws, but they are not effective in equality. The Catalan law on equality or the Non-Discrimination Act of Catalonia, they're all built on the same principle. Equality in every single one of the companies, which would define how we do it. In companies with over 50 employees, we will do so through an equality plan. And an equality plan is a diagnosis. Once we have the diagnosis, we compile all of the measures and we include them in a plan. This is an equality plan.
Fer-ho exactament igual, a través de mesures. No plans d'igualtat, però sí a través de
All
mesures.
other companies must do so in the same way, not through a plan, but through measures. They must also diagnose how they're doing to know what they must do. I would also like to give our view on what our business community is. We talk a lot about small, medium enterprises, micro companies, big corporations, but we don't have a clear idea of the numbers behind our panorama in Catalonia. In Catalonia, there are 634,000 companies. Of those without employees, that is just one person, it's over half, 369,000. And 1 to 2 employees, 159,000 companies. That's the volume that we have of companies. And then companies with 3 up to 49 employees, it's 49,000 companies in Catalonia. And then companies with over 50 employees, 5,288 companies in Catalonia. These figures may vary a bit, because in companies that have establishment throughout Spain and things like that, they can change. But with the regulations we have that is implemented from the Royal Decree of 2019, which obliges us to register our equality plans in all companies, and through the 2 Royal Decrees, 209 and 202, on equality plans and compensatory equality, we, for the very first time, have in Spain, not in Catalonia, because in Catalonia, we already had, through the Directorate General of Labor, a public voluntary registry of equality plans in Catalonia. And I felt very happy with that registry. Why? Because in addition to registering, it gave you an accreditation certificate that you were in compliance with the law. You didn't just register, but it helped people and gave you the approval that you were doing it right. So in Catalonia, we had this, but in the rest of Spain, we did not. So as of 2019, with the coming into force of the Royal Decree of 2020, it is mandatory to register our equality plans. It's a lot of work to do so. And coming up with an equality plan is not easy. Everyone must be very aware of this. We must be specialists and be multidisciplinary. It has to touch on many topics, not just gender. We must also talk about data management and know those data and interpret them. Not all companies are prepared to do so. And that is something that I want to really make clear today. This can frighten companies because they don't have the capacity. They don't know how to do it. Logic. Not everybody's ready to deal with these new technologies. And this is one of the first problems or incidents that we're going to find inside companies, in addition to the commitment to equality. That is fundamental if you really want to have a equality-based company. So going back to the registry, we have the registry in Catalonia, but in the rest of Spain, but in Catalonia, with those 5,000 companies that should have an equality plan, the 2,800 have been presented and 1,400 have been registered. There is a positive reading of that. Things are being done, but it's also being done too slowly. We have the legal obligation to do it as the regulations say. I think the regulations are quite strict, but they're also quite serious, because once and for all, equality plans must be serious. and must have the responsibility that any kind of policies have in this country. Aside from that, having established the context that we are in, we must know that all companies, no matter how many employees they have, must have one, equality measures and non-discrimination measures inside their internal operations. And I am really insistent on this because we always insist on equality plans, yes, but measures too, because measures are the day-to-day and they are necessary in a very big part of our business community. So that is one thing, but another thing is the salary registry. My colleague mentioned this earlier. The salary registry is mandatory, has been mandatory since 2021 through Decree 202 on compensatory equality. This registry is going to give us the averages on salaries that must be divided by gender, professional category, job post, base salary, and all salary complements. This will give us an outlook on remuneration as it is affected by the salary gap. And then we can talk more about the salary gap, but it is mandatory for all companies. I want this to be very clear. And another very important thing, and it's already come out, violence. All companies must have procedures or protocols for sexual harassment or gender-based harassment, regardless of the number of employees. What is a sexual harassment protocol? How do we define that here in Catalonia? Because we've already defined it in the Occupational Relations Council in Catalonia between the majority stakeholders, business community, trade unions, and the Catalan government. Well, one, there must be preventive measures. When we talk about a sexual harassment protocol, it is not just a single procedure in the event of a report or a complaint. That's fine. It must be transparent. It must be present in all companies, but we must work before that. Working when you already have the problem has a very high price. The price is very high because experience tells us that women who have been harassed or are being harassed at the workplace suffer damage the rest of their lives. And it's something that we cannot allow in our society or in our companies. Therefore, we must work beforehand. How? Through measures. It is absolutely mandatory to have measures in the equality plans. No, excuse me, in all companies, measures, preventive measures to prevent, to explain what sexual harassment and gender-based harassment is. This must be understood. It must be known within our companies. And even today, it is difficult to know what sexual and gender-based harassment really is. Above all, the gender-based part. Maybe sexual harassment is more, shall we say, if you would allow me, the more flagrant, the more evident sexual violence, all of that, we're pretty much in agreement on what that looks like. But gender-based harassment and psychological harassment, there's a lot of harassment in companies. Why? Because we start from the starting place of inequality and our structures are unequal and women suffer the consequences. So I would not like to go on much further, but just 3 key concepts I'd like to leave you with, and we must bear them in mind at all companies. These 3 concepts that I have been discussing. Thank you.
Ara que ja tenim aquesta imatge, no? Aquesta
Now that we have this initial overview, the institutional, the legal overview, now let's talk about companies, from what is actually happening there. First, Rosé, I'd like you to tell us a bit, just like we've heard here, what about your institution? How is the Women's Companies and Economy Observatory doing? What are they doing to tackle this bias? Well, the observatory is now 15 years old. It was very innovative in the day. The Chamber of Commerce of Barcelona, back when there were no indicators, back when there were no statistics, back when there were no studies, the Chamber of Commerce began to do equality studies to fight against gender inequality, especially inside companies, but also in households and families. Companies are, well, just like the people who work there and the people who direct them, they are as varied as the people who run them. So at the Chamber of Commerce, we wanted to work in favor of well-being, to do these studies, to establish indicators, to see how they worked, where women were, evaluate them over the years. We did evaluate and we did quantify domestic service and caretaking jobs in households. It was important to us to evaluate when a woman stopped working in the job market to take care of her children, to know what that economic support could mean for families, but also the impacted that on her personal life. So Nuria, I'd like to thank you for working on that and identifying the need to establish a survey on the time spent doing each task in each household and how each family and each couple divides up the work and spends their time at home. So obviously at the observatory last year, we began with our Equality in Business School, to begin with the task that Ava just mentioned, which is very burdensome for many companies to come up with an equality plan. We believe that an equality plan is good for companies and for society at large, because with the time we spend in companies, entities, schools, we spend more time at work than with our families. If we're well informed and we work well with equality in these settings, society will also benefit. And at the School of Equality, what we do is to train with the information from the Ministry of Equality and Feminism, which is very well developed and very thorough, but we believe that we must work toward a structural change. At companies, we help companies come up with good sexual harassment plans. Equality plans are like a collective agreement. We have to reinforce them with mediation, negotiation, by creating a good equality council inside the companies for them to be able to be aware of all these actions, these things that are found in the diagnoses. This is what we do at the observatory. It's what we want to do, even though we don't have the resources, because we don't have the financial aid that we should have. But we are doing this, helping companies and training to work on this structural change that we would like to see at the Chamber of Commerce of Barcelona. Thank you. Rosé, from the very beginning, we've been hearing statistics at the macro level. What about any statistic that you would like to add, or could we conclude here? No, I think my colleagues have covered it all. The registry, in the registry of equality plans, now there's some 22 or 25%. There is something of a bottleneck. It's true. Maybe because there are technicalities. We think that if more was done to have, say, a certification of you have this done properly, we could progress more. It's more important to have the plans and the diagnosis than the technicalities, which sometimes hold them back. This morning, when we heard about the studies done at the Ministry of Education and the Consortium of Education of Barcelona that are extrapolated to the rest of the territory, a study was done with the assistance of the Chambers of Commerce. There are two things that I want to emphasize. In 2019, men and women had occupational integration that exceeded their continuity. That is, sometimes they quit their studies because they could already join the job market. But now this is happening with women. Boys continue studying more, completing the educational cycles more than women are now. Another thing, full-time work contracts in the superior degree programs 2022 was higher In the case of boys, 71%, and in the case of women, only 53%. So there you see the precariousness of work contracts for full-time jobs. We're still suffering that precariousness. And let me just show you this. At the Chamber of Commerce, we have been doing a joint project with InfoJobs for the best paid jobs and the most demanded jobs, the most in-demand jobs, young men and women, whenever they are trying to decide on an educational degree program, much to our chagrin, they do look at the economic financial considerations, and it's good for them to have this information. If they could decide on their university or professional education, that it be for well-paid and in-demand jobs. And unfortunately, those jobs in which there are the most women are less well paid and oftentimes have less demand. This is the comparison of degree programs and vocational training. And I ask you that you begin even in the primary and secondary school level. I was talking to some colleagues from a VET school in Terrassa, and from a very young age, we said, we have to start with this task of fighting inequality. I got here late because I just came from my town. There was a demonstration today of a nursery school in Caldas. It's the nursery school of reference. That's where I took my kids. There need to be more men there. There must be professions that are very feminized. There needs to be more men, even in nursery schools, because when it comes to playing with tools, girls have been doing it from a young age. And sometimes when they get to the primary school level, and something has been worked on very hard in nursery school, but they start again with the stereotypes, women, girls doing caretaking things and the typical feminine things. And we know it's not right, but it's what happens. But if we were courageous enough from a very young age that to know that working with tools and machines, there's no problem for women to do that, for girls to do that, maybe we'd have a better outcome. And the last slide is on the educational cycles, the VET educational cycles, in which we see, if you could show me the next slide, please. And we see how the vocational training professions in 2020, 2022, there is a higher percentage of men, they're better remunerated and more in demand. And on the other hand, those that have the most young women are less well paid and have less demand. Those are my data. Thank you, Rose. Now, everything has been a bit better contextualized. Now, I'd like to talk about the people who are here to speak in the name of companies from around the territory, masculinized sectors, Monica and Marta, as you wish, whoever wants to go first. But what does it contribute to your companies? The fact that you decide to take this path. Of all the things you could have chosen to prioritize, you've decided to prioritize gender equality. How has that affected you? Okay, you can start. In our case, the whole issue of B-surveys culture is highly influenced by my own personal experience. I've been working in the automotive industry for 20 years. I don't know any other industry. I've done a bit of everything, starting off as an office clerk. I've ended up being a technician and doing jobs that I never thought that I could do. And it's true that over all these years of experience, the first 10 in another company in the last years in B surveys where I am, my own experience has enabled me to see firsthand all of these inequalities, to see the situations that women have to face in any industry, but above all in ours, which is still quite masculinized. So I have been very fortunate because I've been able to share those ideas, and I am very much aligned with my partner. He was my mentor, and now we are partners. I have taught him a great deal about this because We do have a significant age difference. We belong to different generations, and that is also very noticeable. But we have been finding throughout our career people who share this mental disorganization, if you will. That is the attempt to get our company, the attempt to get our team to form part of and to truly show the what the law of equality and the law on diversity is viable. It can be done, and you don't need to make huge changes. It's just if you can, with your way of doing things, with your way of treating others, with your way of working, you can show every day that you do respect the person in front of you, be they a man or a woman, be they from this country or another country, be they of one color of another. If you can do that, we, as the executives of the company and all other companies that belong to the team, all other people that belong to the team, share these values and this way of doing things, it has been very, very simple for us to implement all of this. We have thought of coming up with the equality plan and the diversity plan, and they said, all you have to do is put in writing what you already do to give opportunities. If we talk about VET, the main pathway to talent recruitment, we give opportunities because they are young people who are eager to learn, who are eager to be in this industry. It is true that in the case of women, it's still very difficult for all the reasons we mentioned already during the seminar, the lack of persons of reference due to the guidance they receive from a young age. We're not doing it as well as we could from all of the branches that affect education, the education of a young boy or girl. At home, in primary school, secondary school, the tutors, the teachers, the whole context, and of course, companies too. But in the end, companies are like the last link in the chain that must bring all of the culture to that person. So in our case, there can be no other way. It's very natural. And it's something that we don't even talk about anymore because it's something that we have so internalized that if a female technician comes to our company, obviously her capabilities, her abilities will be evaluated in exactly the same way as if a male technician comes. Her compensation, her salary, her career plan is exactly the same as a man would have. This is something that it's not even a matter of discussion or debate in our company. Okay, Marta. In my case, the company is not mine. I work for a company that works in the red tuna market, a very masculine sector such as fishing, and sophisticated gastronomy. In Horeca, it's 50-50, but in Michelin star restaurants, it's 90-10, male to female. So coming up with an equality plan depends on our personnel department. We wanted to give a different approach to the plan, and we wanted to have a pleasant workplace where people were happy, and one of the keys is the equality plan. One of the first tasks we had was to begin working for equality. I am from the automotive industry, which is very special, but I think fishing and the whole fish product industry is also very special. And so you have to align yourself to the reality of the company. It's a 5-generation old company, a family-owned company. The first thing is that it be well aligned with the reality of the company, the DNA of the company, something that they feel, that they can experience. And so I called some colleagues from Madrid who used to work for Indra, and they worked in STEM professions a long time ago. that had an impact, knowing well the sector, knowing well the DNA of the company, without doing major budgets or actions, just touching on those points that were necessary to touch on. And to be honest, people were taking a position asking, do you think we have ignored equality? Are we put up some signs that say that identify different positions, like we've ignored equality, we are sexist, this kind of thing. And the executive said, we feel bad because we haven't done things well, but we just weren't aware. But at any rate, we got through that and began to identify some actions and come up with a plan, but very much aligned with the way they felt and the industry that they work in. And so we've been working within these three sectors, and it came from a will to make the company a place where people worked happily and felt good. Okay, thank you very much. Going back to you two, just to drill a bit deeper, focusing on vocational training, and you with your companies have these things in practice as a matter of course. Is there anything specifically that you do to teach differently, to do one specific thing, or is it more transversal? Or do you do anything specific, or is it something throughout the whole organization? How would you describe it? There are 300 people involved, and it's more of a modular structure in terms of incorporations and dual VET. We have other ways to recruit talent. We find that students should live the experience of being an employee. That's also an important learning from the very beginning, from the time they join. What we always try to do is get them to go through the initial flow, the onboarding, that whole transversal part that we work on. And then we work adding this module of following up with the tutor, with the school, and the person responsible who is already internalized in the company, but perhaps we give it a bit more emphasis because we know it's the first experience. But in terms of equality, the key is the transversal nature. Equality is infinite. You would always be adding more and more. It's important that any project done from the company have a gender perspective. The key is that the team that carries out these projects include that perspective and ensures that any project done from the company, such as onboarding people from BET schools, also include the gender perspective. All right, Monica. In our case, training is something general at the company. It's fundamental. We could say that we don't really have a differentiation. We don't make a bigger effort if a girl or boy joins the company. For us, the time spent, the effort made for these people, at the end, it's essential. You can't go to a company and do an internship and be ignored, be abandoned, feel like you're not finding your place. For us, and when I say us, I mean the whole company. For us, it's essential, it's fundamental to invest time with these people, time that is not always work time. It can be personal time, devoting time to them, understanding that these people have needs, and understanding that everyone has been through what they're going through. And for something that seems very small to us can be very important to them. And you have to understand it this way and devote that time to them and understand everything that that person expresses. That's something that companies appreciate and are willing to do, to invest the time in those people. In the case of the young women who join the technical area, that's another matter. Adding, integrating people, women in the technical area is very complicated, as I said before, because in the end, very few register in the automotive training cycles. And so integrating women into the technical department is very difficult. In administration and things like that, it's a bit easier. But it's true that our industry, as someone mentioned earlier, is a bit hostile. Even in the administration, there are many women who are afraid to join because of the reputation that the automotive industry has. And nowadays, none of those cliches exist. You know, the typical car shop with calendars and posters of women in bikinis and things, that doesn't exist anymore. We hope that that has been completely eradicated. Neither women nor men posing with bathing suits on. Anyway, in the case of the women who joined the technical department, they have just the same career plan. And just to reinforce that accompaniment, and to, if there is another woman who has gone through that stage, we try to get them to help them, to accompany them, to make that whole integration process a bit easier, because we have the factor of it being automotive, but it's about buses and electric buses. So that can be scary for a young man or woman, that big vehicle. In the case of young women, we have, to the extent possible, worked to make sure that another woman accompanies them to make that transition a bit easier, especially in the early stages.
To wrap up with the second part of getting to know the companies from your cross-sectional vision of the realm of the Catalan companies, do you think it would be advisable to introduce in the equality plan a specific mention to the internship and practice time of the students? Yes, I'm convinced there are some industries that require professionals, and these people are linked to school year and term, and the mentor or the teacher. But the teaching is something that different companies are forced to do, and there are some small companies that cannot perform that training. They cannot afford it. So it would be advisable to have a tutor, a mentor that could go through different companies doing dual or just vocational training in order to do some coaching or accompaniment in the training period, because small companies find that once they have trained professionals, especially female employees, they move to larger companies because these are companies that are going to earn them better salaries or provide them with greater opportunities. So in those periods of time, it would be advisable. And also at the end of the year, awards should be given to different school projects, and there's many employers associations that are launching these awards. So we need to cherish the work that they're doing and to have some joint awards in the Chamber of Commerce for the Valles, for the eastern parts of Valles. For several years, we have had some award ceremonies, and we bring together companies and talent. And entities need to act as a liaison in that sense. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Now, if you agree, now that we have set the scene, institutions, legislations, I would like to gather your perspectives and your vision. We're going to begin here in this order. Clockwise, which do you believe could be the most important challenges to be faced by the ET centers and high school centers in order to overcome? Which are the challenges that are bound to be faced and which need to be overcome? Well, I'm a firm believer in the notion of vocational training, and especially dual, vocational training because the working person has the chance to learn directly in the job on the job, and that person can be assessed and evaluated in the center. In the countries that we have in our country, well, the countries that we have in our country is a reflection of our society. And when a worker or an intern arrives to a company, what they see is the result of the company. And the result of the company has to do with a highly masculinized structure. Certainly, normally rigid structures that account for a disturbance on behalf of the employee. In the last report, we heard about the UGT trade union in Catalonia regarding salary gap. Well, the output introduced different items when it comes to female insertion and the first penetration into the work market. There is a gap which is above the average salary gap, which is close to 20%. Why? Well, we're talking about the first year salary gap, and it has to do with the masculinization and feminization of certain jobs. We gain access as women to highly feminized jobs, and the same goes for men. And that's the first element of segregation that we find within a company, and that's a reality which we find. And then when women within the company begin their professional career, well, this is a mirror where I see myself as an intern in a company, and when I arrive to the other side of the mirror where I don't have family responsibilities, because there's this subject of co-responsibility and how to reconcile professional and family life, which accounts for salary gap. Well, we can see that initially female workers are covering the same or earning the same, but when this coincides with some other life cycles, that's when we encounter the bulk of the salary gap. When we conduct our surveys, regarding the presence of women within certain technologies or ICTs, we can see that the people that do internships at companies see which is the reality of the company. If I arrive at a company in order to do an internship and I can see that my female colleagues or that women stay at certain stagnated professional categories, and there is a segregation, and I can see that there's going to be a possible ceiling for me because I will need to go on a maternity leave. At the end of the day, I'm looking at myself in the mirror, in a mirror that has its own reflections. So it's really good, but we need to close the loop here. We need to boost the presence of women within highly masculinized segments and highly masculinized careers. But then when we go back to the companies, female workers encounter the very same problems when it comes to closing the loop. So it's important to have the necessary policies in all the different perspectives. Collective bargaining agreements offer a good opportunity. Collective bargaining agreements offer the possibility to distribute richness. And I always say that if we apply this to gender policies, this is the way in which we can achieve equality for once and for all. Well, the challenge is, well, we need to foster collaboration and training. And I believe there is well, sometimes reluctance to change, and it's necessary for us to change. And we need to strive for a culture of parity in order to avoid discrimination. But when we're talking about this, there's many people in the institutions that have a clear idea, but this is a challenge that we encounter in this process, and we need to do that through measures. If we can see that there is a highly masculinized segment, some people, well, are very negative or reluctant to change, and they turn our backs to the work that we're doing. And we need to place ourselves in the shoes of the people that go to work to a new place, and we need to identify which are the needs. We need to identify also the resistance or reluctance to change, and we need to have an open view and transparent view from the companies and from the schools and institutions. We need to open up our doors to show who we are. Let's recover the historic memory. Who was the first female worker in this company? Do we know this? How did she handle the situation? What did she do? Do we have this information? So let's open our minds and let's open this in the schools. Research tells us that lesbians and different collectives are telling us those very same news, and there is a lot of gender biases. Children learn this at the family within TV, and they can learn it when they see which people are coming out of which jobs. Let's not reinforce stereotypes. Let's reinforce different stereotypes, and so that children can take a look at themselves in that mirror. And sometimes we need to acknowledge that we don't know everything. And it's important for everyone in the company and everyone in the educational institution to receive gender training. And we need to be trained in on this gender perspective and this renovation, which provides us with a perspective of change. And we need to work in cross-sectionality. Maybe you're part of a cog of a wheel, but that cog of the wheel has importance, and all the educational fields are important. So we need to work in a cross-sectional manner, and we need to continue. It cannot be just an effort today and something we neglect tomorrow. If it's working, let's render it visible as well, because if it works here, it might work elsewhere. So let's render these best practices more visible. And we have this collection, this best practice collection and repositories, and we are going to renew a repository of best practices that we have every year. And when people access to dual VET or VET, we need to identify also the best practices, and we need to identify also important startups. And it's important to render all the different sectors more feminine, but also more feminist. So how can we do it in order to bring positions closer? Well, for 7 years, we have been working hand in hand with the educational institutions and centers that allowed us to collaborate, because in spite of the fact that education is something which is universal and it's public, etc., we can find that in certain cases there are some barriers that we encounter as companies in order to access and in order to explain what we do and what we would like to achieve, and in order to present our company as a place in which people from that institution can find their position and develop their professional career. It might look contradictory, the fact that we find ourselves sometimes some tutors, some teachers that tell us, well, I don't know where to place the students because I do not find companies that can encompass them or that can perform some dual VET programs or internships or work practices with them. And then we find some other institutions where it's the contrary. And there is a disparity of criterion which entails a barrier for companies. And this disparity is the result of personal beliefs and the way in which each person manages the institution or the team of people working there, and how they relate to companies. And it's also true that regarding orientation or guidance, I have been talking to many different people that were working in the educational realm, and if we want to impart educational training in vocational training, it's too late because boys and girls have already decided what they want to study. Maybe they realize later on in life that they don't like what they are studying, but internships or work practices are useful for that because maybe they can realize that this is not their professional career. Sometimes you access a company and you think you're going to advance, but then that doesn't happen. So you come to realize that that might not be for you or whatever. So it's necessary to do this guidance counseling before, if it could be. Since primary school, it would be fantastic because at the end of the day, we need to give the whole set of tools available to the children, to the boys and girls. And at the end of the day, we are human beings and we're conditioned by our human beliefs. But it's absolutely necessary for boys and girls to see without any sort of conditioning which is the whole array of opportunities can study image or ICT or automotion or chemistry or whatever, but always granting the same opportunities because companies need to grant equal opportunities, but educational centers need to grant equal opportunities at the same time. Do we do that? Because up until 2 years ago, the female workers in our company were saying, look, at school, female students were taken for healthcare and boys were taken for an automation and electricity description session. So we were asking for diversity and inclusion and gender parity, which is essential, and this shouldn't be demanded nor penalized. It should be already embedded in the system. But it's also true that sometimes we find that there is a discrimination or segregation from the school center. So if in the educational center this opportunity is not granted, it's going to become even more complicated for companies to bridge that gap. And as illustrated by Ms. Mercey before, at the end of the day, there's many changes conceived in vocational training, but we might ask ourselves, is this aligned with the requests or demands or the needs of the companies? This is nothing new. It's not just related to gender. In reality, is the vocational training aligned with the needs of the companies? And this is something that happens in our sector and in some others, because vocational training is quite far away from the reality of companies. And I experienced that in my own flesh. 4 years ago, I did the automotion degree and I found certain things that were appalling. How come an educational center does not have the means, because at the end of the day, it has to do with the means. It's not for lack of will. How is it that educational centers lack the means in order to impart the training that, as of today, these students need? So the challenge is not just to be aligned or to seek for alignment between the companies and the school centers. At the end of the day, we need to bestow the school centers with the necessary means in order to have the prestige that they deserve, because vocational training is going to provide with fantastic outlets for great talent. And this should boast the same prestige as university training, and it's not the case, and it's a pity because sometimes the vocational training profiles are extremely positive and fantastic. The qualification degree of the people coming out of those vocational training courses is fantastic, but it is still perceived as the outlet for the people that are not going to university. So seeking for alignment is key between companies and school centers so that boys and girls, before finishing their studies, know where they are heading for. What is it that they're going to end up doing? What they're getting into. And this is a joint effort that requires seminars like this, obviously, but then it is a day-to-day work. You need to toil to disseminate all this information. And there should be a counseling board. In La Merced, there is a really good initiative in order to create a counseling board in order to talk, just to talk to companies and to exchange views and to gather feedback and to convey the requests that teachers and companies have regarding the students to be onboarded. So it's essential to seek for alignment in that sense. Marta, well, it's true that sometimes you need to act at the beginning of the primary school, or the sooner the better, but we have seen also an opportunity for cross-selling. In other words, in the Aquaculture Institute in San Carlos de la Rápita, there are some people that enter the intermediate degree. So if you launch an action where there is a reference, a role model talking about the day-to-day business, and you can ask questions, well, you have that role model. And if someone has come here to study an intermediate degree, they are going to specialize in the upper degree, and then you have the opportunity to re-steer that person and to give more visibility to the fact that women are present in some other sectors and they can get hooked. So there is a possibility for re-steering or re-guiding. And with the equality plan, one of the actions that the majority of the companies are going to have is to offer role models to schools so that they can see that there are female workers that are sailors or ship owners and or skippers, and they're working there. But it's up to us sometimes to call to the centers, and then the teacher is delighted, okay, and it's fantastic. But I believe that sometimes schools should take on an initiative in that sense. They should become more proactive when asking for role models to speak at schools. And I think it's also important for people to see that there are work opportunities laying ahead, that it's not just about studying, but also we can talk about the fact that which are the working conditions for people to see a tangible possibility, which is truly motivating and convinces people doing the internships or the work practices. And two additional points I would like to mention. I think the language that we have in the educational and company world is very different. I studied at the USC. I studied a master's degree on training processes, and I studied at the university on pedagogy, and I was coming from the business world, and there was a clash of languages, but I was seeking for this pedagogic didactic standpoint in order to be able to contribute. So I think that in the human resources companies, we need to include more sociology profiles or people coming from psychology background or from managing some social centers, and not just purely process-based roles. And also schools need to make an effort so that the people that are have more of workforce profile or labor profile to take on more leadership roles within the schools. And sometimes we're losing 50% of the importance of working, which has to do with applying for a job and seeking for a job. I would love to have someone say, look, I want to work here because of this reason. I don't know whether we should create a marketplace for internships, just like what you do in PhD for industrial specializations. And if you want to do an industrial specialty PhD, you can create a marketplace. Some people are willing to relocate, and it's a fantastic opportunity to gain experience. So we need to give more value to that opportunity. José, well, I have been checking some points in my checklist. Let me talk in a positive light. What do we do really well? Communication. Well, there are some companies that communicate in positive and in aesthetic. For example, they show all the female workers that are going through the welding or metallurgy courses. And we also have the female railway workers and the and a campaign was launched in order to achieve a 40% rate of female workers, and 51% of female workers applied. So 51% of applicants were female workers that wanted to aspire to that job position of railway driver. So I think dissemination is key, and companies need to illustrate on how to create CVs and work hand in hand with the school centers. And in the US, this is part of their vocational training in the centers. And in the eastern parts of El Valles area, companies know what we have in their towns, and there is a communication going on between the companies and the local training centers. And this is something that has been fostered by the Chamber of Commerce in our shire, in our area. And we have acted as a liaison between companies and training centers. So we need to raise awareness and give role models. And my motto is the following: it's fantastic. We need to have ICT women because these are the jobs of the future, but we also need maintenance. And I would like to have electricians and plumbers and wood specialists and carpenters on board.
Hi hauria tantes altres preguntes que m'agradaria fer-vos,
There are so
tantes.
many questions I would like to ask you all, but we don't have too much time. And I would also like to gather all the key takeaways that you have illustrated. But as we are lagging behind the schedule, I would like to talk about something that we mentioned in the introduction, when we were talking about the vocational identity of the students. I can see that we're talking about the opening of the path towards gender equality. And you as professionals could have picked many other professions, but you have picked your own path. And on behalf of everyone here, we would like to thank you all. And also on behalf of the next female colleagues that will come in the future. Thank you.
Sí? Ara. Moltes gràcies, Sònia. Moltes gràcies a
Thank you all, Sonia. Thank you all for all your contributions. And the time has come to relay the conclusions for this morning. And in order to do that, we have the pleasure of counting on the presence of Marina Subirats. It's not easy to introduce you, Marina, because she's a lady that has done so many things and who is still doing so many things that it's complicated to summarize them. But I would like to highlight, for the people that don't know you, that Marina is a sociologist and director. She was the director of the Women Institute between 93 and 96, and she has held different positions as counselor for equality, and she has been the member of the Commission for Gender Equality at the EC, and she is a teacher at the Autonomous University, and she is specialized in the sociology of women. The main research lines for her have been education, gender, co-education, and the social structure in Catalonia. She has written many books and articles, and she has been given the award of the Creu de Sant Jordi 2016 and the 2011 Sociology Award from the Catalan Studies Institute. And in 2021, she became honoris causa doctor by the University Rovira in Virgili. She's a role model for many of us. She is teacher and mentor in co-education, and we would like to know, after hearing everything that has been mentioned today, can we harbor hope, Marina? What do we need to do as a society from the standpoint of school centers and from the political standpoint as a whole? Thank you very much for being here, Marina.
Hola, molt bon dia a tothom. Bé,
Hello and good morning. Of course there is hope. If there were no hope, we shouldn't do anything. We could just up and die. But there has to be a lot of hope right now for reasons that we all know because there's no time to go into them. But if anything is clear from our history, it is that we can go through difficult times for many reasons, but especially in the case of all the progress made by women now, is a time in which we must attempt to not take even one step back. We may not be able to advance, depending on each case. I can't go into detail, but at least not take even a single step back. And it's important that we have unity as women and the men who accompany us, who are also with us, and there are many. Having said that, thank you for the invitation. And let me also express my appreciation for having organized this seminar, because for some time now, for many years, I've been working on education and gender issues and genders, because there are always two, and sometimes we forget this. But vocational training is, of all the educational sectors, the one that is furthest behind with regard to equality. And it's not just by chance. It's because it has been seen as something especially masculinized. It has always been much more identified with training for the automotive industry, mechanical things, other kinds of jobs like that. And in that regard, it has always seemed like it's been a men's thing. That's the way we've always imagined it. Men who work dressed in their jumpsuits with a wrench in their hand and with a few grease stains. And that seems like it's not something suited to women. And it's important that we change all of that. I was very happy to hear you this morning. And what I will try to do is to sum up, if possible, in an ordered way, all the things that we've heard. Many things have been said. But I was especially happy to listen to you because I think that we are living in a time in which two interesting things are happening. One, a diagnosis that is well established as to why this is happening to us. There are many studies. There is a lot of experience. Things have been tried. We know what works, what does not work. The diagnosis is already done. You can always fine tune it. There are always specific things that it is not applicable to, but more or less we have the diagnosis. And then a second thing, it seemed to me that I was picking up on the fact that we're at a turning point when it comes to the integration of women. I'll tell you what I mean. That we're in a different stage now of the story. And I fully agree with this idea. The first stage, I don't mean the feminism of the past, but as of the 70s and all of that, but it was the effort to say we want equality, and equality was understood as we want to be able to exercise a number of functions, institutions, jobs, which up to now have been done by men and that we have been excluded from. So we want to enter those areas from which we had been excluded. That was the first phase. To do so, we were somewhat abjuring what we had done as women, because that was like a prison for us, looking after the kids, looking after the elderly members of the family, housework. It all seemed like a prison because it kept us from going to work, and also because of the political regime of that time was excluding women. But we can't discuss history here today, but that's just the way it was. But as of that time, we began to enter into institutions and jobs, first tiptoeing, because maybe we didn't have enough experience or the right background, the right training. We were frightened. And there was always that man who made sure to tell you, what are you doing here? Where did you come from? You are taking a job that doesn't correspond to you. But over the years, many years have passed, we have learned, and we've learned through training and education. In Spain, we now have the women have more education than the men. If you look at higher education degrees, that is what is the main indicator. So in terms of knowledge, we already have the knowledge. In terms of experience, we have a lot of experience. So what's wrong? What's happening? We've realized that when we get into these professional settings, we realize that we're in a world in which wasn't so much a patriarchy, but it was androcentric, created by men, from the standpoint of men, from the standpoint of men's necessities, men's ambitions, men's capabilities, men's stimuli, which is logical, because if we were not there, obviously they did it their own way, with their own resources and needs. But when we entered that world, the first reaction that we had was one of adaptation, try to go unnoticed, to not be a nuisance, to not call attention to ourselves and have someone say, "What are you doing here?" The first stage was very much one of adaptation. I could tell you stories, but we don't have time for those stories, but I could tell you lots of stories. But I worked in the public administration in two different periods, the Women's Institute, but also in the municipal government of Barcelona. And that's where I really realized it. In the city council, when I worked for the municipal government, I realized how we had come into, it was almost like those zipper lists, parity, one man, one woman. But when it came to appointing posts, men were appointed, not out of bad faith or some kind of discrimination, but because it was the person who was relevant to the mayor and the other men who were in charge. So we started off with this parity 1-to-1, but one by one, men were appointed to these things, and the whole front row was all men, and women were in the background. And I told the mayor, and he said, "No, it can't be." But I said, "Yes, look," and he hadn't realized it. It was just the statu quo. So we've made an effort to adapt to an androcentric world, but we are having more and more collisions. And we realize something more and more, and that is that, in my opinion, it's not just my problem. There are things that we see from companies, universities, the public administration that should be done, and men just aren't sensitive to them because it's not on their list of worries. We could introduce them, but we don't have the authority to do so yet. So we have taken a path toward masculinization out of the need to adapt in the institutions that existed. But now we find that we have to complete the institutions. We have to change them. It doesn't mean throwing everything away and starting over, but it means completing. It means seeing part of life, part of work that men have never seen because it was not their sphere. And to do so, we have to change institutions, but not just change them. We have to change them from our experience as women, which is what we know and what makes us, gives us elements to do so. Aida Orozco, who you quoted earlier, who has written very interesting essays and articles, comes to the conclusion that in capitalism, economy is more important than life. And indeed, I could give you many stories that prove that economy is more important to life, and we sacrifice our lives to the economy when necessary. But for women, it's the other way around, because our job has always been to take care of life, to look after life. That is what we often see lacking in institutions. That is where we try to introduce this special viewpoint. And that is why we make the most of our women's knowledge, which is traditional. And it's not a matter of us implementing this without anything else, but making it universal, just as we have made everything that men have created universal. It may be an abstract contact, but A number of you have said this. The threads, the lines already exist. So with this general idea, let's bring it down to more concrete examples. I have heard you say, and I think I can't give you examples because I'm not too familiar with the automotive industry. I can't tell you what men do, what women do in that industry, but it's just an example. But several years ago, I realized one thing. Once I heard a female police officer say, the thing is, we go through recruitment and we come in behind the men. Why? Because all of the indicators for recruitment to be a police officer have been conceived around masculine capacities and capabilities. And she said, for example, to be a police officer, it's important to be flexible, to be able to crouch down very quickly. But that criterion is not in the recruitment criteria. If we included that criterion, which she thought as a police officer, that she thought was very important in her job, they would have had a higher score to get into the police academy. They would have come in ahead of the male recruits. So if with all of the jobs which were supposedly masculine, if we find that point that women can bring that enrich them and make them more useful, then the criteria will be much more equal, because there are a number of aspects in which we can be equal, but there are others. Yes, it's true that we have less physical strength, but I don't know if we have less physical strength because it's because of our gender, the fact that we are a female gender, or if because for thousands of years we've had a worse diet. That's one of the hypotheses that is in circulation today. That is, we're shorter than men, we have less muscle mass than men, but when you study the diet over thousands and thousands of years, women have eaten whatever was left over after the family ate. Therefore, it is possible the day that we eat now, that we eat more and eat better, girls are much taller. The difference is still there because men also eat more and better. But in a couple generations, you can't solve something that has existed for thousands of years. But in any event, there may be a day in which we have the same physical strength, but we certainly have other capabilities that have not been applied to the automotive industry, but they could be, and might be able to save lives if we talk about vehicles or other things. In other words, I would say those of you who are in these fields, wherever you can, think about that contribution that women can especially make that enriches the industry, because then no one will ever have to say, what are you doing here? Just a few more things. There's one thing that we must always remember. We want to get into traditional masculine sectors, but men must also get into the traditionally feminine sectors. When I was the counselor for education in Barcelona, I saw that in nursery schools there were very few male nursery school teachers. If there was a man, he was the director. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. Among other reasons, because all of the other colleagues said, I don't have time. Why? They're afraid to say, I can do it. And then their co-workers will say, look at her, she thinks she's something. That's something that men aren't afraid of. That comes from our initial socialization. That's what I wanted to refer to. But in any event, there's another reason. When there are a number of professions today that didn't exist before, men have the impression that we're taking their jobs from them, that we are discriminating against them. I heard from someone the other day who said when the Catalan government proposed, he's a fireman, when they proposed that the number of fireman jobs had to be for women, there was a huge controversy in the firefighter community. what are they doing here? This is a physical strength thing. This is a male value thing. Women can't do it. They feel like they're being dispossessed of something that used to be theirs. And this must be accompanied by us opening our realms to men, which can be difficult for us, not just professionally, but also domestically. We ask for help or cooperation, but then some things, no, we don't want help. They can't do it as well as we can. We don't want them to do it, that kind of thing. I don't want to point a finger at the things that I do want to point out a few things that you have mentioned. And the first one is female socialization. Now we know whether a baby is going to be a boy or a girl. According to that, they're going to be, the room is going to be painted one color or the other. Their clothes are going to be one way or the other. But the paternal outlook is different. The way you talk to that baby is different. Even the way that the child is nursed is different, depending on whether it's a boy or a girl. The toys are different. School, I don't have time to talk about schools because it's a very long story, but schools are also part of it. Prejudices of the teachers, men and women alike. Girls are often used by the teacher to help the boys. Teachers often, they say the girls are great. They're like little ants. They work very well, very quietly. When there's a smart girl, oh, that's great. And they do the same thing. They all work as much as they can. And when there's an intelligent boy, they say, oh, this is really, really, really special. And girls can be just as intelligent, but they're considered worker ants, and the boy is considered brilliant. That's just the way our culture has worked, but we have to rethink it and overcome it. Then the whole period of education at school. And when it comes time to choose a degree program, then it's very, very marked. As much as we try to take in secondary school a female mechanic, a female airplane pilot, girls already have an idea of what they want to do, what their spaces are in life. So we have to intervene earlier. And then vocational training schools. Who's going to train them on equality? Not just vocational training schools. It's a problem, Miss Minister, that we have throughout our entire education system. Because I am not up to date on what is happening right now in our schools for teacher training in Catalonia, but a few years ago, some girls came, they had finished their studies at the University of Barcelona of teacher training, and they said, they've never talked to us about coeducation. What does this mean? That's the way it is. So it's fundamental. It's a key part of the story. And then content. You've already talked about this. You already know this. But if you think of this in the way that I was mentioning, that is, we could probably find that bias through which we can explain that any of the tools, any of the studies made in any branch, women can contribute more. They can contribute something more. And that can lead us to evaluate it. Right now, it's being said in schools and among even middle class or upper middle class children, boys. The other days, I spoke to one who told me this. His mother brought him to me to talk about this. A very nice looking, very nice 14-year-old boy. And he said, these quotas mean that many clueless women are going to get into this or that program. Where did he get that idea? It's being said among all of his social circles. Misogyny is rampant among young boys because they feel like they're being stripped of their privileges. And now they can say anything just to justify that. And I said, listen, right now, women have a higher educational level than men. What we should do is quotas for men to be at least 40%. Because if we measure the capacity to work based on your degrees, your higher education degrees, what are we going to find? Women have more and better degrees than men. And then in companies, what do companies find? Equality plans, all that, which Eva, we worked very hard on this at one time, and it was very, very difficult in many, many ways. But let me just conclude by talking about something that may not seem like it has anything to do with this, but it does have a lot to do with it, in my opinion. It's the following. Right now, we're hearing a lot about the diminishment of working times. We've been hearing about reducing the hours we spend working. And there are a number of models, but there are two options above all on the table. One, to reduce the number of days we work and work just 4 days a week. And the other is to reduce the daily hours that we work, working 6 hours for 5 days. These two options, which have been on the table for many years, because there was a project in the 90s in Italy. It was a wonderful project. Unfortunately, they were unable to see it through, but they did generate a number of ideas. But it turns out that the closer we get to this, and the more we talk about it at the governmental level, at the financing level, it has become this option of working 4 days a week. And women don't say anything, in my opinion. It is outrageous. It's outrageous. We must ask that the work day be shortened. If we shorten the work day, men and women, we will no longer need to, for women, we will no longer need women to do shorter work days to take care of the kids, which I think is terrible for women. It means less money, less contribution to the social security system, and less responsibility in companies. We know this. So listen, if men and women both worked 6 hours, it might be that when we have a child, 4 months into it, we have to find a nursery school because one could work in the morning and the other in the afternoon. Maybe you could have the child a couple years at home with you. And if not having a child, taking care of the elderly mother, or taking care of making lunch, or doing the shopping, or doing the laundry, all of this housework that must be done. But if what we do is 4 days, that means that we'll continue to work 8 or more hours a day for 4 days. So housework, we won't be able to share it. And since there are 3 days, a 3-day weekend, we'll have to go out on the weekend, and we will have to work even harder to get everything ready to go out on the weekend and get to the second residence and set that up, and then take it down and come back to the first residence. So women, even women who don't have family responsibilities, would say, oh, this is wonderful. This way I have a 3-day weekend. But for women who have family responsibilities, and one way or another, like all of us, I think the best solution was to shorten the daily workday, among other reasons, because we also know that productivity goes down the more hours you work. So if we have to work 8 hours, even though we have 3 days to rest after the 4-day week, that daily fatigue, you're still going to have it, and the diminishment of performance too. But if we worked 6 hours, it could be maintained, and some studies have shown this. You maintain your performance level until the end. So I'm saying this here now, and I say it everywhere I can, where there is an audience of women, especially working women, women working in this field, because if we don't say it, we'll never get it, and it will be installed. And it will be installed, and it'll probably take 100 years before they think of changing it, just like the 8-hour workday. And that means one thing. Once again, we haven't considered that reproductive work is a social job. And so society must be aware of reproductive work and see how it is organized for both parents to have time and dedication to what's important. If not, oh, reproduction is what women do because that's just the way we are. We like it. But that means exhaustion. All of the surveys show that women in Spain and Catalonia between 30 and 55 years of age, most women are overloaded. Well, they are, because I'm not in that age group anymore, but I was at that time. They're overloaded. They're overloaded. They don't have time for themselves, etc. And so when you say these things, a lot of women say, oh, if I had a day just for me, that'd be great. Thinking that schools will also be open for 4 days if this is the case. So it won't be a day for you. It will be a day for you to take care of everything else, because kids will have to eat. They'll all have to eat, and so on. So remember this, think about this, and when the idea is debated, let it be debated as a true debate, because if not, once again, we could say this androcentric outlook that I said at the beginning, which is that in the productive world, the men decide, men order. They think it's great to have a 3-day weekend. That'd be wonderful. And there's no further discussion. They don't even think of the other jobs, social jobs and so forth. So we have to make our voice heard. And we have to make it heard from what I said at the beginning, that we must revalue the caretaking world, the caretaking work, which is what we have historically had to do, which we know, which has a fundamental value for life, and which you cannot do just as a marginal sort of job, because women enjoy doing all of that sort of thing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Moltes gràcies, Marina, com sempre un plaer
Thank you very
escoltar.
much, Marina. As always, it is a pleasure to listen to you. And now we have the institutional closing. And to do so, I will give the floor to Tania Verges, Minister of Equality and Feminism of the Autonomous Government of Catalonia.
Molt bon dia a
Good
totes.
morning to you all. To all of you, speaking in female in Spanish, I'm Regional Minister, Director General, representatives of the educational community and the world of companies. The Regional Minister and myself are coming right now from an event which is being held every year, which is the Catalonia International Award giving ceremony. And we gave the award to Joseph Stiglitz, one of the most prominent economists, and one of the few that is talking about the economy for life that Dr. Subirats was talking about, because he speaks openly, and it's not frequent for someone who has been awarded the Nobel Prize. He says that this economic model is not working, and there is an alternative which is possible that renders economic progress compatible with freedom and equality. And when we talk about economic growth, we need to talk about for whom, by whom, and how to distribute wealth, because there is a huge gap of equalities that is becoming wider, which attests to the fact that not only economy but democracy is not working. So within this context of an economy for life and the context of patriarchy, which is gaining force when the rights of women are becoming weaker, and the counter reaction when we are moving forward is plain to see. So seminars like this, where there is a collection of stakeholders that is aware that we need a feminist transformation that calls upon all of us with the different responsibilities and roles to be executed by the different stakeholders. This comes to attest to a reaffirmation effort and to the collective effort that we need to take on, because for a long time we have seen the diagnostics of the challenges that we have, and we are seeing the evolution of those challenges, and that analysis of the evolution is necessary. And in spite of the fact that we could not listen to the contributions, we have held different conversations and we have coincided with the different speakers in different fora. So we can attest to the perspectives that have been launched and that I adhere to. There is a need to put the fifth gear because the diagnostics are clear and they do not change. Well, and they're advancing or moving forward at a really slow pace. There is a segregation in the studies. We can see that in the vocational training. We can also see that in the university training and in the different educational realms. So there are some key elements to take into consideration. Dr. Subirats was naming one. The time has come not just to work towards giving balance to the degrees which are highly masculinized, but also for those that are highly feminized for different reasons. On the one hand, because everyone needs role models. Marina was talking about the example of children care or a primary school where there is very few teachers. It's very difficult for a boy to envision that profession as a primary school teacher when there is a lack of role models. That imaginarium is reinforced with those segregations. But it's also difficult to envision yourself as becoming someone who looks after the elderly or a healthcare professional or personal image professional in all the different degrees. It's hard to envision yourself as that if there is scarce male role models portrayed. So the time has come to introduce positive actions in both directions. And that could also be helpful. The president of the Spanish government feels uncomfortable understanding that feminism is something for everyone. And when we're talking about breaking down stereotypes and the allocated social roles, we're talking about doing it for the sake of the whole society, because we are going to break down barriers both for men and women and the traditional allocation for men and women in order to give more balance to the participation in different degrees. And one pending challenge has to do with the engagement in co-education and gender perspective. There's two different names for the same phenomenon. One applied for a basic education. When you talk about university degree, we're talking about gender perspective, but it's the type of feministic transformation that we need to do in order to, well, compensate for the patriarchal view, and we need to prevent violence. This needs to be included in the curricula, and we need to introduce sexual education at the appropriate ages, and we need to do it in an integrated manner within the curriculum, subject to evaluation in the different educational stages. We have 6 laws talking about co-education, that deploy the different elements that are part of that, but we were lacking the practical implementation. And then now we have the decrees for children and compulsory education, and we can see the tangible deployment of what it means in our curriculum and educational project. So we have started working jointly between the different equality and education departments in order to render this a tangible reality from next school year onwards. And within the educational centers, we need to rethink things. And this does not entail additional workload, but rather rethinking about how to do things differently. And I'm sure that you have been talking about this, but the way in which degrees are being presented, well, we are lagging behind because the primary and secondary socialization have been dealt with at length. But there are some examples that have been used as pilot experiments, and some others have been portrayed as best practice to be implemented. And this is related to how things are being presented because the imaginarium can change. Engineering degrees, for example, when we're presenting the different degrees of how they impact how or they improve the life of people, instead of presenting that as something abstract, well, if we do it and we present it as presenting equal opportunities, this is going to generate more parity in enrollment. So depending on how we portray or present the different specialties, we can bring down stereotype barriers. And Dr. Suirat was pointing as a key point, which is the training of the teachers in both directions. The teachers that are already part of the school centers and the newcomers, because the teachers that have a degree at a certain moment in time might have these skills incorporated into their curriculum. But now, currently, we can find these lacks as well. And as part of the previous mandate and imposed by the Inter-University Committee together with the ACU from Catalonia, which is the institution crediting the degrees, executed some job in order to identify which are the needs. And there was a specific focus on education. Within the social sciences realm, it's the one of the 5 pillars that has a specific annex devoted to education. And they pointed at the competences. And when we're talking about competences, we could just have one that could be to learn to identify inequalities, to tackle them, or to understand how sex and gender work, and sexual orientation and gender orientation in order to identify the impacts. But the important thing is how you deploy solutions. You can have 1,000 competencies, but you don't deploy them or translate them into learning results. So this was a document that was the result of the ACU focus group. And when there is an opening for a new degree, they need to verify these elements, and there are some follow-up reports. The universities are obligated to explain their memoirs in their self-assessment reports, and they talk about how they're making progress. And we have been working together with the Vice Rectorate for Education in order to coach the trainers, to coach the teachers and professors. Have we made progress? No, we need to be honest here. Equality policies always stumble upon reluctances that have to do with a change in momentum. For example, the ACU needs to train the evaluation panels in order to be able to assess correctly how the gender perspective is brought into the different university degrees, because otherwise it stays on paper in a report, but no progress is made. And we need to reinforce it among the university professors, because otherwise how can they train the new professionals in the educational world and the rest of the realms? because at the end of the day, they can do the master's degree in training that provides you with accreditation in order to teach in the educational centers. So we're talking about a structural change, a systemic transformation of the whole educational realm, from children's training until university training. And we have solid foundation because of those decrees. And there is a full commitment in order to provide the education system with all the necessary tools. And we need to work as a network collaboratively so that it does not just rely on the educational system. All of you working in the educational system must be exhausted because it seems like everything needs to go through the school. Everyone relies on the school. If you want to tackle gender-based violence, you need to tackle that from school. If you want to tackle gender inequality, you need to tackle that from school. Well, children spend a lot of hours at school, but there's a collective responsibility, and companies, social stakeholders, all of those stakeholders are key, and we need to work jointly. And we need to tackle a structural change, and we need to be aware of the fact that changes do not happen overnight, but all of us need to go hand in hand, fully committed politically and bestowed with the necessary resources. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing and for this really important network that we're building up.
Moltes gràcies, senyora
Thank
consellera.
you very much, Regional Minister. Now we also have Ana Simón, Regional Minister for Education from the Generalitat from Catalonia, from the regional government of Catalonia. Go ahead.
Bon dia a totes.
Good morning to you all. I think it's the third or fourth event that I attend, and it's the first one within some reflection seminars, as Regional Minister Verja mentioned. I'm sad that I couldn't attend this event since the morning. I needed to handle some other affairs, but Merce Chacon has been here and has participated in one of the roundtables, and I'm really happy to be here. I would like to welcome all of you, Dr. Surat and dear Marina. Regional Minister Berta has done it, and I'm delighted that you have thrown the glove to us, so to speak. From the Department of Universities, we're working in order to improve the initial training. You and Regional Minister Berta are familiar with the limits of the autonomy of the universities and the regulation universities are subject to, but notwithstanding, and maybe because of that, we are undertaking that effort, and I take on that glove or that challenge, and we're doing it within the collaboration also with the Department for Equality. You were posing a question. What are administrations doing in order to revert the state of play, and which is the state of play? From the Education Department, I would like to contribute with some elements for discussion that you're familiar with, but from an upper standpoint, you're familiar with the fact that the gender segregation at work is very high, that many female or male students pick um, their jobs based on the role allocations. Taking care of people is allocated to women and production is allocated to men, even though one contributes to the other and vice versa. And this has been perpetuated, and this has been discussed in the roundtable, so I'm not going to get deeper into that. And it has to do more with what happens in the family realm in terms of culture, costumes, and in society. It has to do more with that than with what happens in a school system, which does not preclude the inclusion of those elements in education. And we do the Co-Educat, the Co-Educate program, and Regional Minister Verge was saying that some people feel uncomfortable when we talk about certain things, but for the time being, the end is also the means, or coincides, or the goal coincides with the means, and we have this STEAM dot cat in order to foster STEAM technologies and picking of STEAM specialties by women. And a priori, there is no gender gap when it comes to education. Female and male students share the same values and learn the same. It's like that in principle. So why do we find the gap when it comes to picking the vocational training specialties? Well, in the education, there is no gap, but in the work sphere, there still is a gap. That's why when girls choose certain specialties, they reject certain others highly masculinized specialties, as alluded to by Mercè Chacón and Regional Minister Verge. If we see the representation of women in the training cycles, that we can see that in 94% of the students in aesthetics are female, but there is none in the aviation or automotion maintenance specialties. And there is a gap in between where we can find a presence ranging from 40 or 60% when it comes to design or commerce. We find little boys in healthcare and very few women in logistics, construction, mechanics, or technology. It's true that in the last decade, there has been an increase of students that have opted for vocational training, and that's positive, and it needs to continue. And we have seen an increase of female students that opted for vocational training. In 2012-13, we had 23,000 female students again, and in 2023, we have 30,000 female students signed in vocational training courses in the intermediate degree and higher degree. Regarding the number of female graduates, we have a percentage ranging from 45% in the intermediate degree or 47% in the higher degree. Seminars like this should be useful also in order to share strategies and to seek for balance of presence of women in the different specialties. And things do not happen of its own accord. We need to make things happen, and that's the aspiration in the public education policies. My aspiration is to continue to make things happen so that they are here to stay. That's my goal. In order to achieve that aspiration, we need tools because things are not going to happen of its own accord. Currently, we have two tools to achieve that. We have the subsidies and the guidance. In the case of subsidies, in the vocational training department, we want to foster the presence of men and women in the specialties where there is less representation. So we reduce the fees in order to foster industrial specialties among female students. This has been done since October 2019, where in the Department of Staff Education, we streamlined certain positive actions in order to promote the presence of students in certain specialties where there was underrepresentation. With this type of subsidies, well, we need to evaluate the impact to see whether there is scope for improvement. And there's three factors. We need to revert the reduced demand by certain genders in certain specialties, and in order to match the needs of uncovered needs in the industry, and to foster the interest between female students of industrial specialties. And the data attest to a good impact. Regarding orientation and guidance, the role of the guidance counselor is a pivoting role, and it is under cherished and undervalued and under promoted, I know. And it needs to begin also in the secondary education and not just in vocational training. There is a lot of scope for improvement. I can see many nodding heads, and I know this. At the beginning of the year, we incorporated 3,500 guidance counselors, and in the secondary education, there was a lot of demand for this position. So centers share with our department the importance of guiding and steering the students on decisions that need to be made. And sometimes they need to make decisions at a moment where they are at a loss and completely disoriented. And sometimes the students and families say that they needed to, um, well, make a decision too early. This is the way in which this is, well, we need to steer the families and to guide the students because they need to decide really early. And we have plenty of guidance counselors that can help the students to do so and their families. This March, after the Trade Unions and Employers Association agreement in order to land different needs, we committed to move from the current number of guidance counselors, which is a total of 32 in vocational training, to a total of 100. In April next year, we want to achieve a guidance and orientation degree. And to have it completed, we are abiding by the terms. As Ana Chiguda mentioned, we are in the drafting process, and if nothing precludes it from happening, by April 2024, we will have the publication of the guidance decree. We have collaborated with a pool of experts, and we have worked together with the different training centers and the different educational centers, with family representatives and with the student body. And this is the first time the student body has been incorporated into this drafting process. So it is the first time in years where we have inquired among the educational system stakeholders. And yesterday I could meet again with these colleagues. And we like to talk about the fact that this should be a student-centered systems, and in the school system and the school board in Catalonia, there's merely just 2 or 3 student representatives in that board, in the school board for Catalonia. And this is something that needs to be amended. So there was a participatory process, and we sent a self-managed activity to the training centers, and they gave us the feedback. A total of 1,000 students have participated. We need to achieve more participation. Something, well, democracy needs to be defended and practiced, and participation needs to be defended and fostered. And I applaud you all for your constructive diagnosis and outlook. And I would like to congratulate you for the strength of the content and the participants. So we need to place a bet on the vocational training, and I take on the baton of my predecessors in order to foster the discussion and the reversion of gender inequality. Thank you very much. I count on you all.
Moltes gràcies, senyora consellera.
Thank you very much, Regional Minister. We have finished this morning session. Later on at 3:30, we will begin with the workshops, and now we are going to have a stand-up lunch at the porch. It has been an intense morning where we have listened to a lot of discussion. There's food for thought, there is food for hope, and there's a lot of work that has been done, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be undertaken. It's urgent to take on proactive measures in order to revert this situation in society. And in the training centers, we need to acknowledge the role by the co-education committees, which should not be voluntary. It should be acknowledged with allocated time of lessons so that we can foster activism. There's many people that have been working in co-education for a long time. And I would like for you to imagine that tomorrow we need to play a tennis game with someone, and we're giving a racket. The other person has a certain bracket, but we don't have the mesh. We only have the frame. And women continue to work with the framework, with the frame of the racket, but we are lacking the net. That's how we play, how women play. And the teachers in vocational training need to receive training. And when we go to impart training, we can see that it's usually women receiving training. I can see many male representatives here attending this event, which is great news, but we have homework to do with our students because we have in our hands the future generations of female and male workers. And I would like to finish with two questions. If not now, then when? And if it's not us, who will take on this challenge? Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.